Hello. I am beginning my stream, and I have the transcoding options. This is great. Welcome to stream number 406. I'm going to continue learning Rust procedural macros today using this procedural macro workshop, which I can put, well, I'll put it into chat later once more people arrive. But hello, Nui. How are you doing today? So, one thing I discovered yesterday by poking around at this procedural macro workshop is that it has been forked a lot of times. One of those forks belongs to John, and I actually found his solutions in there. So, shh, don't tell anybody, but I might have cheated a little bit and looked at his solution. Hey there, T.S. Just. Papata Still Papa, how are you doing today? Yeah, because I really had trouble finding ideas on how to get unstuck from where I was in the code yesterday, I kind of peeked at John's solution a little bit. So, pro table flipper. That was a very professional table flip there. Hello. So yeah, I have a backup in case I get stuck again, which is to look at John's solution. And I have that in my window over here. And he also worked on this quite a while ago, 14 months, probably right when it came out. And he's already implemented the builder stuff. So one thing I noticed that he did that got me past getting stuck is rather than trying to make a complicated item for his iterator or iterating more than once or any of that stuff or splitting the iterator, he forms one iterator and then uses it more than once to make other iterators. So I think I just misspoke 2 sentences ago. So it's not that we're making one iterator of like tuples or or taking that and splitting it or unzipping it. He just made this one right here, one master iterator, and then or basically reference to a collection, then iterated it more than once. So that got me past my block. I'm going to do the same thing. We're extracting the fields out of the structure that we're supposed to basically make a builder for it, and then form a bunch of iterators out of it. So iterator for values, iterator for setters, iterator for the builders, and the value initializers, and putting them all together like this. So that got me past that hurdle, and I am now passing all the way through the 4th test. So let me get this set up again to demonstrate. So we were in proc macro workshop cargo test. I don't know why it's compiling it again. I didn't change it since I last compiled it, I don't think. Oh, that's right, because we have to be in the builder subdirectory, right? Yeah, so now we're passing those first 4 tests, which is awesome. This is going to break your brain? I can go over it. In fact, it's probably a good idea for me to go over the work so far. Yeah, use it or lose it. We got to exercise those brains. Hey there, Eddie Pestrosaur. I hope that's how I say your name. Hey there, C17R greetings program. You got Internet Explorer joke, but no one supports it. Good one. All right, so the work I started yesterday was going through this procedural macro workshop, which is available in GitHub here. So essentially what they do is they give you, a challenge, and they give you unit tests like this that are all commented out, and you're supposed to uncomment them one at a time, and then, test-driven development style, get those tests to pass. So the objective here, if I go to 1, is that this is just supposed to parse. So what this is a procedural macro that we're going to make. You might see this in Rust elsewhere, like derive clone or something like that. So builder is a new thing. It's not built. It's not in any Rust standard library. So we're supposed to implement the builder pattern, like it says up here, I think. Or I might say it in the README. Maybe we should look at the README first. Right. This macro is supposed to generate the boilerplate involved in implementing the builder pattern in Rust. So it's a mechanism for instantiating a structure, especially a structure with many fields, especially if many of those fields are optional or the set of fields may grow backward compatibly over time. So the idea is that you have one object you want to build, and you have a second object, which is the builder. You make the builder first. You tell it what you're going to want to put into the thing you're building, and then you tell the builder to go build it, and it makes the object for you and gives it back to you. So the idea with the macro here is that the macro should emit some extra code, including a builder structure along with a bunch of setters and a build function that you can construct this structure in a sequence of function calls. So I could say, hey, give me a builder, set the executable, set the arg, set the environment, set the current directory, now build it, and it'll give me back a command. So that is all going to be done in this procedural macro, and we're doing one step at a time. There are numerous steps in here, like we have to first get this to compile, to parse or to compile without calling any of the setters or the build or anything. All we need to do is to have the raw boilerplate for the procedural macro, and that is using proc macro derive, defining a derive function for that, and then we have to turn an input token stream into a valid output token stream. And for this, you don't really need anything. So all you needed was these first two lines, and then a quote that was empty, and do that quote into. I call it gen because I think of it as a code generator. So that was like the first step, and then the second step was now we want there to be a builder function added to the command structure, and to implement that, we added inside of the code generator we had to add this. Basically, for the implementation of whatever the structure is named, command in this case, that we're going to define a builder function that returns the thing, and the thing is then, well, I had this empty to start with because it had to build something, and it doesn't matter what it is. I just had it return nothing. In fact, I think I had all of these empty and no return type, and that was sufficient, right? You can see we're building it up one piece at a time. Try Petri Shore. Oh, I see. Eddie Petri Shore. I'll try to remember that. Petri Shore. Petri Shore? Hey there, Riot Dev. How are you doing? Just recapping from yesterday. So step 2 is we need to parse that and generate a builder function. So that's what this is doing. And then step 3 is that now not only do we need to make a builder, the builder has to expose a method for every field of the thing that we're building and allow us to put in what value we want filled in. We're not actually going to build, but we need to have the setter. So that's set up like, let me think about this. This part of it, that we have to have a actual builder implementation with setters in it. And the setters are built up here. So we have to have a function named after the field that we're setting that takes the value that we're going to set and then stores it inside the builder. And then because we're storing it inside the builder, we had to declare storage for it. And the storage is in the form of options because they are initially not set to anything, and then when we set them, they get set. So that's a good use for option. So you can see, like, as we're going down this list of unit tests, we're requiring more and more from this macro. So what I got up to and didn't quite finish was step 3, right? No, step 4. How come step 4 is not open? Okay, anyway, step 4 is they added the build function so that we actually have to get a command, and that the values in the command are actually there. So that is the last thing I did, which is that it actually there has to be a build function that actually returns a thing we're building or a boxed error message saying why we couldn't build it. And by default, if everything goes well, we're returning okay. with the thing we're building and set its values based off of these builders, which are basically just saying, let me see what I have, and if it's filled in, we're going to set it into the field. Otherwise, we're going to run this function to formulate an error message. And this question mark basically says we're going to return early out of this set of builders and return an error if any of the fields are not set. So that satisfies test 4. So that's where I am now. So going over what is a procedural macro, what I've learned so far. There's several kinds of procedural macros, and the kind where you're adding code with one of these derive attributes, I think it's called just a derive procedural macro, requires you to define it this way. So proc macro derive, and then this name has to match this name. And then you have some function, and by convention, I think it's called derive. I'm not sure. It might be required to be called derive. We could try and change it and see if it breaks anything, right? If it still works, then it's just conventional. Yeah, so it's just conventional. We could call this fizzbuzz if we wanted, and it would still work, right? It just has to be the function that's annotated with the proc macro derive. But by convention, it's called derive. That it takes a token stream and returns a token stream. So that's a hint about what's going on here. A token is a piece of a Rust program. A stream is basically means you're taking tokens and putting them into a sequence. So the way a macro works is during compile time of this program, the compiler sees that and says, oh, I need to stop for a second and I need to go compile the procedural macro for that matches that name. And once I compile that, I'm going to pass it all of the tokens of the program that go with that derive. So this set of tokens here, one token would be pub, the second token is struct, the third token is this identifier command, etc. So like the brace is a token, 4 tokens here, right? Then this identifier, a colon, a type name, a comma. So tokens represent some span or section of characters in the input program, and also have a type, like these are keywords, that's an identifier, that's a type, etc. And so these are all put into tokens as a list given to the macro, and the macro's job is to just take that and give us a new one. So if we wanted, we could just return the input and it would just give the compiler back the input unmodified. But that would be like a no-op macro, but we want to actually do more. So in addition to actually, I think the input is preserved as is, and then we're adding additional tokens, right? Because I never actually took the input and generated it into the output. So it's not like this structure disappeared. Yeah. So in addition to this input token set, we're going to add extra tokens on the output, and there are 2 libraries, not built into Rust, but kind of off to the side, called syn for, I think it's, actually, I don't know what syn stands for, actually, and quote. And syn is used to do the parsing of the token stream to give a more readable composite structure called a derive input, which breaks down the tokens in token stream into like a tree. So I have an example of what that tree looks like here. So you can see this tree corresponds to this input token sequence. So this pub here is from here, and then the fact that that's a structure is represented by this, that the data is a structure. It's a data structure with named fields. And then these individual fields you can find down here. So here's executable, here's args, here's env, and current directory, right? So the token stream converted into this composite structure makes it a lot easier to handle, and by convention or in practice, most of the implementations of procedural macros do that as the first line to convert the stream into a composite structure that we can then look at. So we can look at the top level identifier to get the name of the structure we're going to make code for, and then looking at the data in the structure, we're using matches to make sure that it's the kind of thing that it should be. So it should be a data structure with named fields. And if it's not, we're going to panic. And let me catch up with chat. Hi, how are procedural macros treating me so far? Pretty well. Actually, I'm having an easier time than with declarative macros, but it might be because I did declarative macros first. I should have that open in another window. The declarative macros are another kind of macro that I learned first. So if I go back to my playground here, macros, declarative macros are like this VEC exclamation point. And they're called declarative macros because you're basically declaring the grammar that is used to compile the inside of the the arguments to the vector or to the macro. So the vector macro is supposed to take the 3 elements and then use them to construct a vector. So this line will unroll to that. And here's the actual syntax for declaring that macro. I had a hard time with this because this is the first time I actually looked at this kind of syntax in Rust. So I had to get familiar with not only with the quirky syntax, but also how these patterns work and how repetitions work. Once I got comfortable with that, we have the same kind of patterns and repetitions in procedural macros, but instead of $signs, they are hash codes. And I can show that down here. So here's a repetition. Here's a repetition in a declarative macro. You can see the only real difference is that the $sign is replaced by a hashtag. But it's the same kind of thing where you have marker parentheses and then stuff that's going to repeat. Oops, stuff that's going to repeat, and then end parentheses star. Same thing in the declarative macros here. So you can kind of see intuitively how it worked. So it takes 1, 2, 3, and it says each thing is one expression. We're going to have a group of them separated by commas, 0 or more of them, right? And then this is what we're generating. So that line verbatim. And then 1 line for every input, right? Each line is going to be the same except for the argument passed to push, and that's going to come directly from the input expression. So that's why we see push 1, 2, 3 instead of 1, 2, 3. And then temp vec, and then the end brace verbatim. And that's it. That's what I learned first. Declarative macro. Now we're doing procedural macros. My understanding is it's called declarative because we're declaring the grammar and the what we're literally replacing it with. So there's no real code we're executing here. We're just giving a pattern input and a pattern output, so to speak, right? Whereas the procedural macro, it really is a function that we're providing. It is this derive function. And procedurally, like as in step-by-step, we're taking this input token stream and using it to generate an output token stream. And this is, again, during the phase of where the compiler is looking at this program, and it sees this line and says, oh, I need to stop compiling for a second, get this macro out, give it these set of tokens, and then the macro will give me back some other tokens, and then inject that in place here, and then continue compiling it. Hey there, Lazy Guru. How are you doing? I'm just explaining like a recap. And Ladka8, how are you doing? And Sprideldel. Syn is short for syntax. Oh, okay, good. So when we're using these 2 crates, syn stands for syntax and quote. I forget what quote is, but you can think of it as we're kind of like when you're quoting in Markdown or something. We're saying that we're going to generate some tokens for the compiler, and it's the whole thing is like quote do this, right? That's my best explanation for today so far. I forgot to say hi to Saruj C10. Hold on a second. Needed to clear my throat. All right. So what I've learned so far, this boilerplate gets us to where we're going to have an abstract syntax tree in like a nice composite data structure that we can analyze to get like what is the thing that we're going to be processing in this macro, and then we can use it to start generating output, right? So for this particular problem where we're supposed to make a builder object that can build one of these commands step by step like this. And we're going to have, so far, 4 different things that we're turning this input into. A set of the fields, we're getting as input what are the fields of this input structure. So there are 4 of them, right? Executable, args, and env, and current dir. So that's going to end up being in this collection, whose type is called a punctuated field of somethings, right? We only care about the fields. So 4 different ways we're going to iterate that list of fields. First is to get the declaration for the values that we're storing in the builder. So this is the pattern that we're going to end up, whenever you see this quote, it means we're generating input for the compiler, right? So taking those fields, we're iterating them and mapping each field to be a block of code, which is take the field name, have a colon, and then declare a type, option with the field type. And so we get field name and field type from the input. So field name is we're taking this this identifier and gluing on underscore value after it, and we'll get into why later. I actually might not even need to do that, but I'm doing that just to make sure that I don't have name collision, because the names of the functions we're calling have to match that name. And if the builder needs to have both a method and a value corresponding to that method, I didn't want to have to use the same name. I don't even know if Rust lets me do that. So for every field, we're going to have executable, or we're going to have a method for it and a value. So there'll be executable and executable value, args value, env value. So you get the point. So this is declaring the value part. We're getting the type of the field from the input. So if I show you that, this is what you get for one field, right? You get its name, and you get its type, and there's a bunch of other things if you care about, like how if it's public or not, any attributes that are tied to it, that kind of thing, right? You can even see which token was used for delimiting the field from its type, if you cared to know. So we get where we're going to store these values that are given here. So we need to store them somewhere, because we're not actually making a command until the final step here, build. So we need to hold on to them somewhere. And I decided to hold on to them through these values. And then that plugs into the final output here, right here. So this is the structure corresponding to our builder object. And this is where we're storing the values temporarily until we actually build the thing here. So when we make the builder, we have to initialize these values, right? And so those initializers, since the values are all options, the initializers are all going to be initialized to none. And the setters are going to be what's going to be called individually here. So for every field, we need to make a method. So setters, again, is iterating the fields, but this time emitting functions. A field setter named after the field's identifier itself, and we have to know the type of the value, and basically we are storing it. So we're taking ownership. We're taking the value, putting it into an option, and storing it in the builder. And then the last step, build. There are 2 possibilities. We are either going to return the thing we're building, or we're going to get an error. And this is where it gets a little complicated, because this type itself is kind of complicated. The result is where something could pass or fail. This is how we do error handling in Rust, right? If there's no error, this is the thing we're returning. If there is an error, then this is what we're going to return. And a box dyn is basically a heap allocated object that implements the error trait kind of like interface, right? So basically we're saying we're returning some kind of error on the heap. That's how to interpret box dyn something, right? And the pattern that I've seen a lot used is you handle the success case as the norm. So it says normally we're going to say it's okay. So the okay is the successful kind of return. And then you put the actual return value inside the parentheses. So we're returning an instance of the structure, whatever it's named. So again, whenever you see name, it's going to match the name of the actual structure that the macro is being invoked on, right? So we're making an instance of that, and then we're forming its values using these builders, which are going to be filling into that actual field of the command structure from whatever we have stored. And since we might not have anything because it defaults to none and it only gets set to something if the actual setter is called, we need to go to that option and say, well, does it have something or not? And that's what OK or else will do for us. If it has something, it just returns it and it'll fill it into that field. If not, it's going to call this inner function to construct a result that we should generate if there was nothing. So the result that we're going to generate is we're going to, actually, I think this is always returning an error, right? Yeah, so the error, we started as a string. We're going to start it as format a string that says whatever the name of the field is. We have to use stringify because this is a token, not a string. So take the token, turn it into a string, and then plug it into a formatted string saying blank is not set. And then this little subtle question mark here is used to say if everything that came before it was, actually everything that came before it is here. If we actually had some value, then just take that value and do whatever with it. In this case, store it in that field. But if not, if we get an error, then return early with that error. And so returning early means instead of this OK, that whichever builder had return early with error, it will just shortcut and return this error. And there's some kind of magic in there that if the type that we made, which was a string, if there's a pathway through a type conversion to go between that and this, it'll just do it automatically. That little magic I'm not too sure about, but it works, and you'll see that in a lot of places. Rust will add in the typecasting code to turn the string into an error object and return that, which is kind of cool. And I think that's about it. That's as far as I've gotten. So this is the final set of tokens that we're injecting in addition to the input structure. So we're making a builder with an implementation that has setters and a build function. And we're also adding a builder function to the command itself. And that's what's called here. So any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to continue going. If I got anything wrong, let me know. A lot of you guys know more Rust than I do, so I might make a mistake. Feel free to correct me. And I just noticed my work rate timer isn't going. I forgot to let that go. This is to remind me to take breaks, by the way, if you're not sure what that is. All right. Mostly it's to avoid eye strain, which I tend to get if I don't take a break every hour and a half or so. All right, so let me just jump right into it. We'll uncomment step 5 and try to get that to pass. So test-driven development tells us that we're going to fail the test first, and it's probably because we're not implementing something that this next step requires. This says no method named args for unit type. So we need to find one of those. We're going to open up the test and take a look. Yeah, so you can see the difference between 4 and 5. 4 is recalling the setter methods independently and not expecting them to return anything. That's why you don't see anything used with the return, you don't see the return value, if any, of this used. It's just semicolon saying end of statement, right? Whereas in step 5, it's expecting that every return value from a function is then used to call another function. This is called method chaining. So it's the general form of this is that whatever is at the top, as it's run through each method is returning the object itself, so that executable not just sets executable in the builder, it also returns the builder itself, so that the builder can then be used to call args, which then returns the builder itself over and over again. So I think all I need to do here is the setters need to return the builder. And it looks like build also needs to, no, build already returns something, which we unwrap to get the command. So I think I just need to make the setters return the builder, right? I think all I need to do is change these setters. Where are my setters? Here are my setters. So we'll have it return the builder, and I need to know the type of the builder, right? Builder name, here it is. So substitute that, and then we'll just return self. Actually, this is used in the declaration of the in the implementation, so we could use self too, right? And then I don't even think we need to have a mutable reference, or maybe I'll keep that. Let's see if I passed it. Nope, I didn't pass it. What did I do wrong? Mismatch types. Mismatch types. Oh, expected a structure found, so I can't make it a mutable reference anymore. So we're going to have it owned and then just return back. Nope, that didn't work. What am I doing? Can I assign to self as, oh, not declared mutable. We can fix that. There we go, mutable. Okay, we broke a previous step. Variable does not need to be mutable. Oh, no, that's just a warning. Use of moved value builder. Builder has type command builder, which does not implement the copy trait. Value moved here. Oh, shoot. So in test 4, this will consume builder. So I have to be kind of clever about this. Maybe I'm supposed to return a... Oh, so reference in, reference out maybe? I can try that. So we're getting to the part where I don't know what I'm doing. I hopefully knew everything up to now because I worked through the problem so far, but now we're getting to sort of uncharted territory where I might be stretching my knowledge. Feel free to jump in and help if you feel so inclined. Where are my setters? Where are my setters? Oh, here we are. See, maybe it does need to be a reference, and then we're returning a mutable reference to self. Like that? Maybe? Almost. Cannot move out of a mutable reference. Move occurs because... Wait. What? Line 19? I don't get it. Is it build? Oh, maybe build doesn't take a reference. Build, build, build. Oh yeah, it doesn't take a reference. Mutable reference to self. Actually, it doesn't even need to be mutable. It can just be immutable, right? Oh wait, no, it doesn't. It needs to be mutable because builders will extract out of that field, right? So yeah, mutable reference. Hey there, Dr. Padawan. Oh, I missed another piece of chat. I think you can always just take and return mutable references. Yeah, so you're right, Saru. I give you a point. Deserve a point. Okay, so I changed it a little bit. Let's see if I got it. Oh, no, I broke it. Cannot move out of self executable value, which is behind a mutable reference. What did I do with this setters? No, it wasn't setters, it was build that I changed, right? Let me put that back. Okay. Back to where everything passes except for 5. Didn't the builder pattern work with self? Although build might need ownership. I don't know if it needs ownership. I thought we could take a mutable reference, but I could be wrong. I mean, current_r will return a mutable reference, right? So it needs to be given a mutable reference. But maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, this is breaking everything. It doesn't even parse. Let me try to understand it. Cannot move out of self-args value, which is behind immutable reference. Move because occurs because it has an option which does not implement the copy trait. Consider borrowing the option's content. I don't want to borrow it. Oh, I get it. I think, okay, you said that build might need ownership. Yeah, because the way I'm doing it is to move out of, yeah, it's telling me so, right? The, where does it say it exactly? Cannot move out of something which is behind immutable reference. All right, fair enough. So, I guess I could take the easy way out and clone. I think that's what John did, actually. Yeah, it didn't follow the builder pattern correctly. Right? Oh, no, I think it does. It does. You're just supposed to call build on the builder, and it returns a result, so unwrap that to get the command. I could try option take, but I think that also might require ownership, right? Let me look. The command is rust up doc. Rust up doc! Makes me think of Bugs Bunny. And then I'm going to go to the standard library and go to option and look at take. Oh, it does take a mutable reference, so we could do take. And that returns an option, so I could do take. And let's try it. Let's try it and see. Oh, I did the wrong command. Yeah, replaces none with value. Hey, that worked. Saru, you get another point. Yeah, I was thinking that I was going to take the easy way out and do a clone here, because that would work as well, I believe, but would be unnecessary, right? So it's doing an unnecessary deep copy of the field value. We can just, if we're only going to build once, actually, does the builder pattern say you can only build once? Because if you need to build more than once, I definitely need to clone, right? But if we're only building once, then it's okay to take it out. I'm going to assume that the builder is only going to need to be called once. And maybe one of these other unit tests will prove me wrong. So, on to step 6. Optional field. Okay, I'm getting scared now. This is going to fail step 6. Let's see how. Mismatch types. Expected an option found a string. Okay, so it's on line 78 of the new test. And they have some documentation up here I should probably read to get some help. Oh, current dir is an option. So we're going to end up putting this into an option of an option, right? And it... Oh, probably because of the way we parse it, I bet, right? If it... Oh, no, it's not that. The setter is supposed to take the value inside the option, not an option. Okay. I suppose one way to do it is to make an alternate setter that takes an option instead of just a value. Can you do that in Rust? Can you have two functions with the same name but different types? Because if so, that's how I think I might want to approach this. Let's see. Like, I can just have a second setter here, right? Which looks almost like the first setter. And well, just takes an option. So value is an option of that type. And just move it. Would that work? Or am I going to run into trouble with that? Nope, that's going to be trouble. No overloading Rust? Shoot. Yeah, duplicate definitions. Okay, so we have to be a little bit smarter about it, I guess. I suppose we could make it a... Can I use a generic here? I guess that we could just, if it's an option, we can always require it to not be an option here. So I can test this type to see if it's an option and then generate an alternate field setter for it. Yeah, maybe that's the way to do it. So I would need to find out, how do we know if it's an option? Maybe I'll just cheat and dump the AST to see what it looks like. So the way I did that was up here. I would say debug here, and then we get a dump of the AST. Actually, the way I think I want to do it is go to the output, 2 pipes to 1, and then I can look at the output file here. So there should be an output file. There it is. And then I can go down to test 6 here. And then just delete everything here. And then everything before here. And then we'll just get rid, oops. What is it? Control L? No, it's not Control L. Occasionally I'll forget these hotkeys. Is it Control Alt L? No. Control Shift L and delete. All right, and then let's just chop this part off. Okay, and I'm gonna just save it. Save it. Okay, let me catch up in chat. Can make it generic, I guess, but it would become kind of weird. Yeah, I would need it to somehow be conditional, wouldn't I? Probably do it in the proc macro language logic. Yeah. Okay. See you, Saru. Thank you for the help. It's really appreciated. I would be much slower if I had to figure stuff out on my own. All right. So we're gonna find where that option is. It was what was it? I forget already. Current dir. So current dir is behind an option here somewhere. Okay, the type. I guess we just have to look at the ident of the first path segment. Oh no, it's only one path segment, right? Yeah, it's only one path segment. So we have to look at the ident of the type and see if it's an option, and then do it something differently. If it's an option, then let's scroll horizontally. If it's an option, then the arguments will have the actual type in there. So I'll grab the actual type from the arguments to the path segment if it's an option. Okay. Let's see if I can figure out how to do that. Setters, right? So at this level, right? If field.tie. This is an enum, and the value of it was path. Okay. So I guess I have to have a match, right? Or a if let, maybe? Okay, let me think about this. What if I have like a reference to an option or something? I'm not gonna worry about it. So let's just say if it's a path. If let path. The inner is a type path equal that else something else, right? Do I need to qualify that? Oh, I need to do type, right? Type? Is that how I do it? And I don't want to move out. I just want to get a reference. Okay, so at this point we get a type path. Okay. Can I combine that with an and? Or can I make this pattern a little bit deeper? Let's see, what can we do with type path? Okay, I'm just gonna reference path. I don't know if this is the best way to do it. Because I have to then... Is this a different kind of path? This is a different kind of path. Hey there, Kamundi. I'm doing macro magic, yeah. I'm going through this workshop. This procedural macro workshop. And I'm doing the builder procedural macro challenge. And I'm a little bit past midway through it. So I got the first 5 tests passing, and now we're doing the last 4. And I have to handle how to deal with an optional argument. So one that we don't need to set, right? But we can set if we call the setter. And the setter needs to take the inner type, not the outer. And that's how my test broke, because my setters right now assume that the type that you pass to the setter matches exactly the type of the field. So in this case, it's not true. This is a string, not an option string. So I'm trying to figure out how to write logic here to check to see if the type here is an option. And I don't really know how to work with this syntax crate stuff. So maybe I should be looking at their crate documentation. That would be here under no, not here. I need to do cargo doc to see this. Cargo doc open. Yeah, basically I want the documentation for sin because I want to see if they can help me out here. Maybe they can, maybe they can't. If it doesn't help, maybe I'll look at John's solution. So John Hu has solved all of these. Great guy, also has a YouTube series on learning different parts of Rust, and he has already solved it. So I could cheat and look at his solution, maybe. I don't want to look at that. I want to look at sin crate. Okay, maybe I need to look at structs and look at path. Hold on, what's the outer one that we're dealing with? Type, right? Type. What can we get from type? And it's interesting, there's no documentation for it. Here it is. All right. It's a syntax tree enum. Designed to be traversed using the following rebinding idiom. Okay, so I should be using like a match of some kind. You're gonna be around for 20 more minutes? Awesome. I'm trying to learn the best way right now to deal with this type syntax tree element. So I'm looking at their crate documentation. Hey there, A squared. Lurking while you drive. Well, drive safely, A squared. Hopefully you're only texting while at a stoplight. But yeah, don't fall asleep from the smooth sound of my voice either. Oh, yeah, okay, so I'm hoping that they give me information on how to parse, like, paths. Is this a typo? Ascription? A type ascription? Ascription. Does that mean description? Or is that an actual word, ascription? Weird. Okay. I think I'm a little bit lost. Oh, this is expression. Okay, so back here. Okay, that just got led here from this, right? So How do I go through this? Yeah, there's no documentation for it. Maybe I just have to figure it out. Haven't looked at macros yet. They're scary. They're interesting. They're kind of fun. So, um, this is a good intro to declarative macros, a squared. So, if you ever want to know how vectors are formed with the vector macro, it's actually not that bad, right? It is expanded to this. So the boilerplate stuff that doesn't change is just verbatim inside of the macro declaration. And then the part that repeats is using a repetition. That's what this is. And you just put the block of code that's repeated, and then the part that's different comes from your inputs, which I think the most complicated thing here is to understand the syntax of these repetitions and then the match expression. Since this is a pattern similar to a match arm, right? You just have to learn to sort of see what these parentheses mean in each context. These outer parentheses are just always there for bounding the pattern. And then when you see this on the right and this on the left, that's a repetition with commas, and it's 0 or more. So you can have no expression, you can have 1, 2, 3, 4, etc., with commas between them. And then the thing that's repeated is one token tree matching an expression. So you could have 1, or you could have 1 plus 2. Anything that can be parsed as an expression will fit there. And then whatever the expression is goes into this. You can think of it as a variable, but it's internal to the compiler, right? It's just used to plug into the pattern, to the replacement pattern. So it's not too bad. Type ascription is experimental syntax. So it actually is a word. I thought it might have been a typo for description. Or you can chain type an expression to give it a hint for the whole expression. Oh. Okay, so it's not a typo. Yeah, so first I did declarative macros. Not too bad. And then today we're doing procedural macros, which are a little bit tougher. So this workshop I'm doing is helping me learn step by step, because I get the sense that I'm making an accomplishment every time I pass one of these tests. And they start out pretty easy. They just say, hey, just get this derived thing to parse. And the only thing you need for that is to declare the macro and then generate some output token stream. So you could have it be empty. And the way you, by convention, the way people will deal with these token streams is to turn it into the input into a composite structure using the parse from the sin syntax crate. Sin provides parse that gives you this derive input, which is this composite structure. And then the conventional way to generate a token stream is using from the quote crate. There's the quote macro, where you can just kind of like the declarative macro syntax we had here. You can just put a pattern for what tokens you want to generate, and it supports some interpolation, either single variables or within or with repetition. So this is a single variable example. They use hashtags instead of dollar signs, but it's the same general thing. And it's interpolated from variables that are in the context of that macro call. So field name is that variable, field type is that variable, and you can see how the editor is even smart enough to see which variables going with, matches each interpolation. So minimally, to get that first test here to parse and compile, just needed these 3 lines and then an empty quote. So this used to be just quote nothing, and it passes the first test, right? And then the second step was we need to actually have a builder function that's added to the command structure, and that's this little bit here. So we added an empty builder function that didn't have this, it's just empty, and it passes that step. So you get progressively more done each step of this workshop, and we're now on the we're getting to the tough stuff. Hey there, Metal Storm. Oh, also APX Plays is here too. How are you doing? So I would say that macros are scary on the surface, but if you start to work with them, one thing that obviously jumps out at the beginning is how nice and clean this looks to make a vector. And if you didn't have that vec macro, you'd have to do something like this where you make a new vector and then you push each thing individually. So the declarative macro vec is just really nice, clean way to make a vector. And you can kind of see how you would apply this in other places. Anytime you have kind of like boilerplate where you have stuff that doesn't change and then maybe stuff in the middle that's repetitive and the only thing about it that changes are the particular expressions that go in the context, then you can basically separate the boilerplate that doesn't change from the contextual stuff which does. And so I can see myself using declarative macros any place where I do a lot of tedious repetition, or maybe a block that is maybe, that I would feel tempted to copy paste somewhere and change just a few things. The workshop is, here's the link again. It's Learn to Write Rust Procedural Macros. I think it was from a certain Rust conference. And so that is actually referenced at the top. Rust Latin. I think it's Latin America. So I think it was about a year and some number of months ago. So I think it's a definitely given at some Rust conference, and judging by the number of forks, I believe just a lot of people either copied it or tried to solve it, and one of them was John himself. So John who? And he actually has his solutions in there. So I figured out I can cheat by looking at his solutions if I need to. Last night you finished implementing and defining a lot of operating system complex deep behavioral trees in your game. Now you have a dilemma. Are you thinking about replacing a lot of core systems game loops such as jobs, etc. with them, but those are already implemented a lot? Could you try like either adding like the next kind of game system you'd add, try to add it with it, or maybe as a trial just replace one of them? Oh, not operating system. Lots of complex CPU. Okay, I got it. Yeah. Hey there, JT. Yeah, Metalstorm, I would say give it a shot just replacing one of them if you can. If they're separable, just replace one and see how it goes. Maybe it's worth it, maybe not. I also didn't say hi to a CVLad FP. I actually don't know how I'm supposed to say your name. But hey, and also you guys should check out CVLad FP's stream. I like to shout out other streamers that you may or may not know. If you don't know them, check them out. You might enjoy it. Every stream is different, right? Okay, so yeah, I was explaining how like I can see myself using declarative macros for like repetitive tasks like that. The procedural macros, they I can see the appeal to it. That what we're doing here is this generates some useful extension to this structure, right? This is giving us a builder object, which we can use to piece by piece construct the structure. Rather than having to have all of these values right away, we could set some of them and then wait and set some more as we get there. And then at the end, when we're actually done and ready, we can just then call it build. So it's I can see the convenience of this because for two reasons. This is a design pattern in general, so it can be applied to a lot of different concrete types. So it's very, very reusable. If we had another structure called game system, for example, we could make a builder for a game system and it would just work. So the other appeal I see for this is any kind of, if you need an extension, like the ones that are built into the language, like deriving clone or deriving partial equality, are probably implemented the same way. They're just adding common extensions that have a pattern and that can apply to any kind of type. So I can totally see myself using that. For example, if I made my own custom serialization technique, like SERD has this, right? I could make a set of macros that apply to serialize my own structures, right? Have you used them at all? It's surprising that there isn't many in-depth complex examples out there. It seems to be limited to game dev and a bit of general AI. So you're talking about Behavior trees? I don't know behavior trees. That's a pretty advanced, for me, topic. I'm relatively new in game dev at all, so my expertise is more in like embedded software and test programs. So behavior trees and sound like pretty complicated to me. I never actually made one. I'd have to look it up. Maybe I've made a behavior tree and just didn't know it was called a behavior tree. Basically the form of a tree but formalized. I mean, of course I've used trees in the past. So maybe if you're looking for in-depth complex examples, you could take the concept of behavior tree and then think of what is the more general abstraction of that. Maybe it's a kind of a tree, and then there might be lots of examples for that abstract generalization that you can then look at those examples and then kind of think to yourself, how would this apply to a behavioral tree? Behavioral trees for AI dudes. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. It's not something I've looked into, so I will definitely take your link and look at it later. Since reflection doesn't exist, macros are the only way to... Oh, sorry, hold on a second. I had a frog in my throat. Yeah, they're the only way to determine the fields. I mean, this is sort of a form of reflection, because we're basically telling the compiler, we want to get this as an input token sequence and possibly generate some stuff. So if we wanted to, we could just return no tokens, and it's just pure opportunity to reflect. We could make a macro that all its purpose is to panic if something isn't matching a certain form, right? We could do that. We could say like derive require structure with named fields and have it only do this part and then generate no output tokens. And then it's kind of like reflection for the purpose of restricting what something can be. We could have like a derive must have executable field, and that's all it does, right? Is panic or not. Yeah. There's no runtime reflection though, so this is the best we can do is use compile time. It's compile time reflection, and then generate code that we could maybe use at runtime for what other languages would use reflection for. All right, I'm trying to figure out how to figure out if something is an option or not an option. My idea was looking at this output. We know it's an option if we can. From the path, we can delve down and see that the identifier is option. And so if type path is this, then from that we want to go from path to segments and look at the first segment, right? Or do I need to look at all the segments? I can just look at the first segment, right? And get away with. Let's see if we can get away with. So I'll go to path.segments first. Is there a first? Yeah, there is. First dot actually we're going to say if let some type equals that. Is that going to work? And then this type will be a path segment. Let's give it a better name. Type path first segment. And if that's identifier, if that ident. How do we look at the identifier? Thank you for the follow, by the way. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Let me know if you have any questions. Tag me if I don't respond, because sometimes I don't see messages. How do we look at the identifier? I don't know. There's an inner. Do I need to look at inner? No, there's something I need to do with this, right? Oh, is this an enum? It's not an enum. It's a structure, but I'm not allowed to look at the inner. What can I do with it? I can compare it to another identifier. Is that how I'm supposed to do it? Like construct an option identifier and compare it? hadn't thought about this before. That sort of fits the pattern of Rust. We use generics to resolve method calls. It only generates the needed, right. So it's sort of you generate the code that you would need at runtime, but you don't look at it until runtime. Hey, Luma Code. Doing pretty well. How are you? Thank you again for all the follows. Yeah, what can I do with ident? Maybe I need to go back to the crate documentation for SYN and look at ident, and maybe they have some information about how to use an identifier. Identifier constructed with identity is permitted to be a Rust keyword. Can be interpolated into a string. Oh no, into a token stream, of course. Okay, there we go. We can do the toString. There we go. So if ident toString is option, right? Then we know it's an option. How come I'm getting a warning? This creates an owned instance for comparison. Oh, I don't want to own... Do I want to own it? Is there a way to avoid that? What's Clippy trying to tell me here? Cargo Clippy. Clippy, what are you trying to tell me? The star in front does what? I don't understand that. Maybe I need to read that. Let's read it. The comparison can operate on a reference, so creating an owned value effectively throws it away directly at... Okay, so yeah, I somehow created an owned value when I didn't need to. So it's saying that I can not make an owned value by putting a star in front, but I don't see how. I mean, I guess I can try it. I don't see how putting a star avoids the problem. Yeah, I still have a problem here, right? Do I have to make it match? Oh, that's interesting. I've never done that before, but it seems to have accepted it. I don't even understand why I did. Is it comparing a slice to a slice directly without using references? Can I? No, it doesn't like that. It can't be... Okay, maybe remove the star. Oh, so I can just compare it to a string directly then. All right. They were saying that I can get it from toString, but I guess it must have equal string, or maybe it's toString. That's weird. It's convertible to a string through what? toString, I guess. It must be using this one, right? It must be doing that internally. I don't think toString takes ownership. It takes an immutable reference itself. It's generating an owned value, though. I don't know. Maybe I'll just be happy that this magically works. The problem is that there are a bunch of else paths here, and I need to collapse them somehow. I don't remember how to do that. I guess I could put this into a function, like is option or something like that, right? Using the length method of the string they get. I think that's why they need it. Yeah, I'm just surprised that I could directly compare ident, which is a path seg, which is an ident, to a string slice. I wish that there was a way to say, like, ask it how did it do that. Maybe I should just be happy that it works. Would it be best to just make a function that does these three ifs and returns true or false? Actually, what if I make a function that returns an option? Because if it's an option, I'll want to know the inner type. A function that returns result, and you can use, or I was just thinking a function that returns an option might be good enough, right? Yeah, let me do that. So I sort of want this code. I can define it up here, right? I can just say function is option. And then we're going to want a reference to, we have a type, which is a reference to a type. Paste the code there. And then let's have it return an optional inner type, because the inner type was a type, right? Yeah, this thing. Yes. Okay, so then this would be type path first segment dot arguments, right? Oh, I have to match it against angle bracketed. Match. Or can I just use an if let? Angled bracket? Whoops. Hold on. Arguments is what? The enum is path arguments, so it would be angle bracketed. And then args equal that. Oops. That's path arguments, which is an enum. Oh, I have to say path arguments angle bracketed, don't I? No, I did something wrong there. Shoot, what did I do? What did I do wrong? Mismatch types. What? If let that equaled that. It's expecting a return type. Oh, okay. So yeah, let me remove that for now. Yeah, you're right, except for what's wrong here. Oh, there's no field. It's just tie. What's wrong here then? Cannot move. Okay, yeah, reference. Okay, good. Hey there, EctinDev. How are you doing today? EctinDev, another streamer who actually also does Rust, so you should check out his stream when he's going. And Silmith, I forgot to say hi to you. Still building the builder? Yeah, I got further though. I am on step 6. I was stuck a little bit on step 4 until I realized that John Hu has a solution in GitHub, and I cheated and looked at his solution. I got stuck yesterday trying to figure out how to, once we get the fields of the structure, how to pull apart the various pieces that we need, like the setters and the values and all that. And I originally had fields iterated once. So, but John Hu's solution that I peeked at, what he did is he grabbed fields and then he iterated it multiple times using iter. And so that's what I decided to do too. So I figure since John Hu does it, it can't be that bad. Even though it makes me a little bit nervous that we're iterating the fields multiple times. Since it's the same thing we're iterating, we'll get the same number of iterations from all 4 resulting iterators that we pulled out, right? And I think that's a requirement to make this, have these multiple repetitions work, is that they have to have the same number of iterations. Otherwise, I think if there's fewer, we get to a problem, right? Actually, maybe not. Maybe it doesn't matter. But definitely in this case, we want them to match. Every setter needs to be setting a corresponding value. We would have problems in the actual code we're emitting if, we have a setter and for a field name that was never included, right? Anyway, yeah, I got past that hump by looking at John Hu's code, and doing the method chaining was pretty simple. Although it took me a couple tries, and that was to make sure that our setters return the self-reference, and then you can chain them. And so now I'm on step 6, which is just to handle the optional fields, which is a little wrinkle thrown in there where up until now we could give the setters the same type as the field, but now with the option wrinkle, we're not giving an option, we're actually giving the string inside of the option, and the setter is supposed to just peel off the option part. Perhaps the compiler might be able to figure out and merge the loops if they're small enough? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we can just let the compiler do its job, right? The best I can do is set up the code to give the compiler the best hint I can about what we're trying to do, and let the compiler figure out. And the compiler will say, oh, it's iterating the same thing, which is immutable, 4 times. Maybe perhaps we can just do it in one iteration. You know, it could be. Those constructions to make the iterators, like values, setters, these do not mutate anything. They're only just looking at the fields multiple times, right? So you could think, conceivably the compiler could collapse and do all of these in pseudo parallel, right? Every time we get a field, it could just run that, and then run that, and then run that, and then run that, and then only hit each field actually once because we're not mutating it. Compiler might be able to figure that out, right? Best I can do is just to arrange the code so that we're not mutating the fields, we're not creating anything that we were using in a subsequent step. These are all somewhat independent. All right, where was I? Oh yeah, here. So I want to see if some type is an option, and if we get, yeah, the thing is here, we know it's an option, but I want to additionally extract out that type. I think it's just args.ident, right? What is args? Args is an angle bracketed generic arguments. So I want the args out of that, right? Args. Let's maybe have a better name for that. Angle bracketed args? Let's just give it a really long name that reflects the type. And then that has first, so, and we need to say if some, I suppose it's an argument, right? Equals that. And we're going to want to take a reference so we don't move it out. No, did I get that wrong? What did I do wrong here? Oh, it already is a reference. Hold on, what? Expected enum option. Found reference to an option. Try using a variant of the expected enum. Is that because of what first returns? I feel like I'm supposed to like put something like that there, no? Stepping an iterator doesn't need to be deterministic, so you don't know if the compiler can tell that. See if nested if clauses you get goosebumps. Yeah, but this is all to where we're like, these all have to pass. There's probably a way to collapse that, but I don't know how to do it right. This is why I'm putting it into a function, because if it all fails, basically, if we fall out of this, we're just going to return the type. Actually, we're going to return none. And it's only if it's if we get all of these to pass, then I guess I could do it the other way, where if it's not let. No, you can't do an if not let, right? Yeah, only if these pass are we returning that it's some option. Otherwise, it's nothing. There's probably yeah. Maybe you guys can tell me the better way to do it. So many if-lets. Yeah, how do we collapse if-lets? I don't know how to do it yet. I'm not practiced enough at Rust to know how to do it. Anyway, we're not returning options yet. I need to figure out what I'm doing wrong here. It says expected What is it trying to tell me here? Maybe I should just do cargo Clippy. Clippy, help me out, man. Not found in this scope. Mismatched types. Cannot find value arg. Is arg a reserved word or something? No, it's not a reserved word or anything. What does that mean? Can't find value arg in this. Okay, is that meaning that this is not... Oh, I don't have an if let. I'm dumb. That was what it was. You don't know if there's an easy way other than early return? How do you do an early return? Like, you can't do an if not let return, can you? Think if you would need if let chaining, which has been in implementation in limbo for years? Okay, so maybe this is really the only way to do it. Or I was thinking maybe if we could have a more complex path, because really I'm just doing this chain because it's like, well, if we get this far, then take that and then look further into it, and it has to match that. So maybe with a really complex pattern here, I could do it with one. I could make macro rules for these chains. Yes, I could. Let's just get this working, right? Order of operations. I do not have that in this project. I have it in the other one. That's catching bugs order of preference. I'll have to open it manually. Doc, stream notes. Order of dev operations. Make it work first, then make it right, including refactoring, making it idiomatic, making it readable, maintainable, then make it fast. So I'm still on step 1. Early return is still ugly because it's just as many lines. Yeah, but some people just don't like the pyramid of indentation. That's some people out there actually say that that is an anti-pattern. I tend to think that it could be an anti-pattern, but it kind of depends on what you're doing. In the line iflet, is there an assignment? Yeah, it's kind of hard to see. The assignment is we're taking a part of from the type, or we're pulling out the type path if the type... So the way this works is it's saying if the type is a type path, then extract the value associated with type path and set it to be that variable name. And then if type path segments first is something, then take the value associated with the something. That is, so you kind of read it from outside in. This is the end result. That's what you started with. Kind of like that. The innermost parts of the pattern are what you get to keep from the pattern match. You can think of this as a pattern match. It's shorthand for doing a match on the type, and then if, in the case where the type is that, then we want the inner thing from there. Does that make sense? And hello, Man 2003 and Mr. Frisbee Struggles. Did I say that right? Try to nightly, maybe? I'm gonna avoid nightly. I'm happy with stable. There's an open RFC for making if let's chainable via and. I thought about trying that, but I was like, you know, it probably won't compile. Wouldn't it be nice to do that? I can just say like this, right? And then remove that bracket, and then this would look a little bit cleaner, although that's not an if let. So, but like you could conceivably keep chaining these, right? And then it wouldn't indent nearly as far. Yeah, we'll just continue though. Say this argument is what we want, right? Generic argument. Right, so actually I'm going to need to, actually I think I can nest this pattern, right? I can say if this is some generic argument of some type. I can't do that. Oh, I need generic argument type. There we go. So there I avoided to another if let. I can just say some type and then none here. And then did I do it? Do it, chat? That's not quite right. Why does that not work? What did I do wrong there? Mismatched types found. Do I need to make that like an optional reference to a type? Wouldn't call it an anti-pattern, it's just more unfortunate. Working around limitations of language, chaining if that would help in the future, yeah. How come it doesn't like my sum there? Why is it expecting that? I did that. Was there a semicolon there? Is it here? No, I shouldn't need a semicolon there. What's going on here? I am confused. Why does it want that? I did that. Need a return for the innermost? Oh, right. To do that correctly, I would need like a bunch of else's, right? I would need like else none. Else none. Yeah, which would be really gross, but let's do it. Just to illustrate. I think that's what I would need to do, right? Every if would have to have an else none. There needs to be no fallout path. Then it's, then it should work, right? Yeah. There we go. So that's really gross, so we're not going to do that. We're going to do the return. Yeah. So I did that just to kind of help my brain remember why I needed to do it. Return would be prettier, yeah. I guess I was trying to get too far away from return. Needs to all the else's, yeah. So I demonstrated how you don't need the return, but the only way to do it without a return is to have every alternative covered. So we're not covering the else's here, which means that the whole thing needs to be a statement which returns a unit, right? Because a missing else is a unit. It's the equivalent of that, right? That's the equivalent. And this is going to tell me I don't need to do that because it's unneeded, right? But that is what this is. The missing else is syntactic sugar for an else with a unit in there, and so I can't have that because I can't do that because these types are not the same. See? Oh, there's the tracking issue for that RC. Let's track it. Let's track that. Can I open that? Yeah, I'm going to open it in GitHub, and I want to track it. I would like to know when we can do if and while let chains. Where do I click? I click subscribe, right? Subscribe. There we go. I will receive notifications for that thread. Actually, how active is that thread? Not too much. I won't get too much spam. All right. Happy Friday, Smack in the Box. How are you doing today? The chat kind of messed up there. It didn't show your sub icon. Oh my goodness. Maybe that's why you just resubbed. Thank you for the resub, Smack in the Box. I appreciate your support. Can you replace if let some y with y? Oh, you mean I can replace that? Can I? Because I do have an else here to fall out and do none. Oh, I see what you're saying. No, but it might be something. Oh, yeah, you're right. If it's not something, it's nothing, right? No, but what if it's something and it doesn't match that, right? It could be some other kind of argument. Generic argument. It could be a lifetime or a binding or a constraint or a const, right? So I'm actually doing two things at once here. I'm matching that it's something and not nothing, but I'm also matching that if it is something, it's got to be a generic argument type. So I don't think I can do I can't just do a I can't just do that. That won't quite work. With a question mark, maybe? I don't know. I don't know if I see that. You can map the first, but you need to match inside too. The pattern's fine. I'm gonna leave it. Let's just try to use this now. So smack in the box, you might have no idea what I'm doing, and that's fine. This is pretty advanced stuff in Rust. Let me just say the introduction to this was a lot easier to understand, and let me just redo it for anyone else who's new. I am learning how to do macros in Rust, the programming language. So in Rust, the programming language, you can do stuff like this, where I'm making a new vector with 3 numbers in it. Looks nice and concise. Unfortunately, this is not valid Rust syntax out of the box. It leverages what's called a macro, and a macro is something that at compile time takes whatever you give it and expands it into more code. So this literally expands to that using this macro definition. It's called a declarative macro because we're declaring what we should emit to the compiler based off of what patterns of input we give it. So this is saying if we give it a pattern of, basically this says repeating an expression with commas between them. That's that, right? We should emit this bracket and then this let thing verbatim, and then a repeating set of lines where each line is a push into that vector with the one value that was repeated. So, and then verbatim returning the vector with the bracket, so that there's the verbatim code and here's the repeating code. So rather than having to write this to initialize a vector with 3 arguments, you can do it in one line. Pretty nifty. So that's one kind of macro. I did that last couple of streams, and then now I'm going into a more advanced kind of macro, which is, if you're familiar with the builder pattern in computer science, the ability to say, like, here's a structure, I want a builder for that structure. A builder being an object whose sole purpose in life is to construct another object. So the command builder would build a command by saying, start with an empty command, then set the executable, set the arguments, set the environment, now build the thing, and then that gives us back a command. And then we can say that, in this case, there was no current directory because we never set it, right? Whereas here, we set the current directory while we were building, or we're setting up the builder, so we do get something. And to do that kind of code generation, it's called a procedural macro, because we want to take this set of tokens, and before we actually compile it, we want to run it through our own procedure, which is going to make a builder. And it roughly looks like this. So in addition to the command structure itself, we're going to generate a builder, and then we're also going to add a method called builder to command that uses that returns a builder. And these are kind of reminiscent of the replacement patterns that I showed you here with vector, only they're more advanced. So instead of just having one line of code, these are whole trees of tokens. So setters, each setter is a function. And the value initializers are simple lines of code. So it could either be a simple line of code or maybe a single token, or it could be more advanced. It could be an entire function in some cases. So pretty advanced stuff. Code generating other code. Let me catch up in chat. And if this makes total sense way over your head, don't worry about it. This is pretty advanced stuff there. If you want to learn Rust from knowing nothing, like if you wanted to be like where I was about a month and a half ago, you can check out. Actually, maybe I just search for it in Google. That'll probably be the best thing. Then I can include it, right? The Rust book. The Rust book here is the starting point I took to learn the language. And then once you get about a month into it, you'll be ready to get to the advanced features macros, right? So I'm working on advanced features. So if you're looking at the code I'm doing and it makes absolutely no sense, it might be that just because it's advanced stuff in Rust. And if you don't know enough Rust, I would recommend starting with that book. Good advanced exercise for that vector macro would be to make it allocate enough memory up front. Yeah. But I prefer, actually, I'm using this this window here as an introduction to people who have no idea what a macro is, because I think that this is pretty intuitive. If I tell you that that needs to be expanded to that, and this is how you do it, without knowing all the elaborate syntax, you can kind of see how it works, right? That line as is, this line as is, and then the middle part is repeating. And if you've worked on other tools and in computers and other languages, you might get a hint that the star means a repetition. It's like a glob. It's like repeat the previous thing, right? You can kind of get it without even really knowing all of the syntax. So I like to keep this as an intro. But yeah, you're right. We could totally go more advanced with this, and instead of making it empty at first and then allocating memory as we go, we could figure out how many elements there are total and then pre-allocate 3 and then assign them in place, right? Yeah. Yep, you're right, Sumith. In fact, let me give you a point, because that's a great observation. We can make it better. Box new XYZ into vec maybe can be easier. Could be. But yeah, I'm trying to do 2 things with this code. There's the educational point where I had to stick to basic stuff. When I start to introduce more symbols like box and into vec, then that's harder to teach, because now you have to understand 3 different things. Whereas this, you really only need to know 2 things, right? That there's variables and then there's a vector of values. So yeah, it's kind of difficult to show one concept and yet have it be easier and more efficient in another way, right? We're doing multiple things at once. We're trying to learn it and trying to show others how they can learn it as well. Anyway, yeah, if you want to start from scratch, do what I did and go to that Rust book. When you get to the advanced chapter 19 stuff, you'll be prepared for the macros. So if this stuff makes absolutely no sense, don't worry about it right now. Does more allocation, you think? Does it? Because wouldn't the compiler make a literal array? And then box new would know the size of that literal array right off the bat? It would put it on the heap, though, whereas I don't... Actually, I guess this goes on the heap too, right? Yeah, so maybe it would be equivalent. You couldn't assign them in place. You still push, just the push. Okay, yeah, but you'd the push wouldn't allocate anymore, right? You would have pre-allocated space, and so like the vector knows 3 things, right? It knows the pointer to the memory. It knows how much memory there is, and then it knows how many it is the actual length, and the actual length can be shorter than the allocated length because you can pre-allocate. Yeah. Yep. Just making sure that I understand too. Okay, so the current problem, getting back to the problem, is that when we're making setters, that's what these are, we need to make some of them optional. So if something is marked as an optional, we still want to give a string for it, not an option string. And we also don't want to require it when it's option. So that's actually 2 things. I'm doing the first thing. We're detecting if a type is an option or not. And the way I decided to do it is I made a function called isItAnOption, where we figure out through looking at the syntax tree for this, is it an option something, or is it not an option something? And if it's an option something, then we're going to extract that internal type and return it. Yeah, reference in, reference out, right? That's important. Otherwise, we would be returning an owned value that we borrowed. Hey there, Endorn. How are you doing, sir? The array would go in the heap, then you copy it. Yeah, I think you're right, because box new definitely is on the heap, and then vector push should probably be on the heap too, because in order to be on the stack, it would need to know the final size, and it doesn't. Trying to cool down. It's quite warm there. It's supposed to be warm here too, but it's not. So I don't know what's wrong with the weather, man. I forgot to wave to a few people. Ireld, how are you doing? Infinite Star Code. That's a cool name. How come I didn't notice your chat? What did you say? Could you use this for aspect-oriented programming? I don't remember. What is aspect-oriented programming? I've heard that term before, but I don't remember what it means. And how come I didn't see your chat? There, okay, it's green, and it was right next to someone else who was green too. Hi. Maybe someone else could answer if Rust can be used for aspect-oriented programming. I'm gonna say yes because I like Rust, but I don't know. Also, let me say hi to XKD2. What did you say? You said Rust looks scary. Again, Rust looks scary only because I'm doing the advanced stuff right now. Again, I gotta emphasize, I'm on advanced features. Whoa, scary stuff. So don't be intimidated if you don't know Rust. It's gonna look scary because I'm in the advanced stuff. If I showed you the simpler stuff, you would probably be a lot more comfortable with it. Metro Dev, I forgot to say hi to you as well. Okay, I think I said hi to everybody. Hey there, Nightshade dude. How are you today? And 715209, whose name I've completely memorized now. I hope you guys are doing well today. I am doing some advanced Rust stuff, trying to make a procedural macro which implements the builder pattern. If you know what the builder pattern is, basically this will auto-generate code to make a builder object, which we can construct this command one piece at a time, and then construct it at the end. You call him numbers? Way easier to remember? No, it's just 715209. Totally memorized. All right, so I'm at the point where this test requires that current directory be optional. And so not only do we need to make it so we don't need to call it, but we also, when we do call it, we're going to not pass it option string, we're passing it just a string. So we need to know, is it an option? And we're going to generate different code. So this is if it's not an option. So we're going to say if it is an option, so which I'm going to need to get that up here. If it is, if let optional type equal that, whoops, then we're going to do something else. We're going to generate the non-optional field. So let me just duplicate this for now. And okay, why am I giving I'm probably getting a warning because it's irrefutable. Okay, yeah, this has to be if some optional type. There we go. I'm doing well, Nightshade dude. I'm actually really happy at my progress. Look how far I've gotten in the procedural macro workshop. So yeah, if you want to try this yourself, this was apparently a workshop given at a Rust conference over a year ago, and it's there. And if you get stuck, you can cheat like I've done and realize that not only is the original workshop in GitHub, but John Hu has also forked it and provided solutions to it. So when I got stuck at the end of yesterday's stream, I found John Hu's implementation of it, and I peeked at it to see, to get some ideas. Yeah, it's nothing like if you get stuck on a problem to look at your neighbor and see, oh, how's he solving it? Just the first project in the workshop, there's more there? Yeah, there's like a few more, but I'll feel a real big sense of accomplishment when I get all these done. I mean, I kind of like the format of this workshop. It starts out where you can do something easy and then feel that a sense of accomplishment, right? The first thing only required that you generate something. It didn't need to do anything at all because the main function does nothing with it, right? So you just make an empty shell for your macro and you pass the first test and you're like, yes, I could do procedural macros. Yeah, I really appreciate that John Hu not only participates in workshops like this, but he also has good content on his YouTube channel. And Irish John, how are you doing? Yeah, John Hu's YouTube channel is pretty good. I wish I had a link to it. Maybe I'll make a point to find that and make a command for it. to do, actually, what, I'll put it in both places. To do, find link to, or unless someone else has it now, find link to John Who's YouTube channel and make a link to it. Make a command link to it. And, okay, by now, Irish John Gaming and viewers probably are done with it. Any ads? So hello, welcome Raiders. Thank you for the raid, Irish John. I'm looking at the Rust programming language, one of the more advanced features, which is procedural macros. So it's some kind of scary programming what we're doing today. So if you feel intimidated by the code you see, don't worry about it. It's pretty advanced stuff. You're 15 seconds behind. Wow. Oh, thank you, 715209. Is that the right link? I will give you some points. Yes, perfect. Perfect. So what 715209 linked there, the YouTube channel, is one for really great member of the Rust community who not only participates in workshops, he also has a lot of YouTube content to introduce people to stuff in Rust. So let me make a command for that. Add let's just say John Who. Check out John, his full name is Jengstedt YouTube channel, where he provides a lot of useful learning material on the Rust programming language. Hold on. Alt-Z, right? Yeah. Programming, language, and other topics. Let's do that. And then let me try out the command. Oh, I didn't put the link. I'm stupid. I'm dumb. Okay, let's try that again. Put an extra space there just in case. And now it needs to be an edit com. There we go. All right, fixed it. All right, well, so let me give you guys an introduction. I am doing a workshop for practicing and learning how to do procedural macros in Rust. So there's the link. Oh, does he have a Twitch stream too? I didn't even know he had a Twitch stream. You could probably find his Twitch stream from his YouTube channel, so I prefer to link to his YouTube. Okay, so this workshop I just linked to is sort of a vehicle for learning how to do one of the more advanced features in Rust, which is called a procedural macro. And let me show you a simpler thing that probably would make a lot more sense to someone who doesn't even know Rust. So this is a line of code in Rust to construct a vector, or in other words, an array with 3 numbers in it, and then assign it to the variable x. It is syntactic sugar in a way for this block of code, where we could create, or we allocate a new vector object and then push 3 numbers into it, and then take the vector and assign it to x. So the syntax is a little weird if you're used to C. This is kind of like an internal return statement for this block of code. It'll take that and assign it to x, right? So a macro is a way to represent something repetitive like that, something with boilerplate in it, in a more compact and concise way so that you don't see the boilerplate. And this is how you declare it for this kind of macro. You can see the bits and pieces that go into the final code in this pattern. You can kind of intuitively see that the repetitive part is in here with a repetition syntax, and then this x is a placeholder for the input pattern. And that's one form of macro. I'm doing a different one today, which looks like this, where here's a structure with 4 fields in it, and then we want to implement the builder pattern. And the builder pattern basically, again, sorry if it's just repetitive, but new people come in all the time. I'll try to be really quick. The builder pattern is, give me another object which I can use to build this command one piece at a time, and when I'm ready, turn it into that command and let me use it. So this one magic line here is telling the compiler, hey, I have a macro somewhere called builder. I would like to invoke that macro on this structure and generate a bunch of extra code. And so my implementation so far does this. So this is all the extra code we're going to get in addition to the structure itself. We're going to get a builder object with setter methods and a build function, which is used here. And we're also going to add a builder function to command itself, and this is how you do that. That basically, we're able to add a function to an existing structure in Rust just by adding an impl block for whatever the name is. Name here is a placeholder for this name command. So we're doing that, and the cool thing about this workshop is we're doing it one step at a time. So you don't have to have the entire solution working to see if you got it right. You can do it step by step. So I'm on step 6 right now. And that's probably going to be the last time I give that intro. His videos are recorded streams. Okay. I think I will take the link, but I'm probably going to leave my command as is because I really like the fact that his streams are focused on individual topics. So, but I'll keep the link there too. Does a builder derive in this workshop? There is 715209. Our goal is to make it. It's not built into any crate. We're making it. This is the builder derive. This is how we declare it up here. We use proc macro derive, and we provide a function which takes a stream of tokens from the compiler and lets us emit extra tokens to get back to the compiler. So in addition to the structure command itself, we're going to be generating these extra tokens, right? And we're using 2 libraries to help us out. There's the syntax library and the quote library. Syntax library has this parse function that turns the stream of tokens into a pretty complicated structure that looks like this, that we can pull apart every little bit out of that syntax. So this structure starts with pub struct command, and we'll see in the tree that we get back out, here's the pub, here's the command, and here's the structure. All the exercises here already exist in other crates, just teaching you how to write those crates. Oh, so there is a builder derived somewhere, and we're just re-implementing it? I thought that this was all an exercise to make something new. But okay. And by the way, hello, Nathaniel Bumpo. And let me say hi to the Raiders. Mel's League. Of course, Irish John Gaming. How was your stream? If you're still here, I hope you had a great stream. Marius Urbelius, hello. And Ralsec as well, hello. Get raided. We got raided, that's for sure. Thank you for the raid. Could just create a builder by returning self, but the builder is cooler because you don't have to do it in one shot. The whole idea of the builder is that you can call individual setters, and then only when you're done do you actually get the command out. The idea behind the builder is that the command might grow over time and you might add more fields, and you don't want to break code. So if you added more optional fields, this existing code would still work because you aren't required to fill it in. But if you just use the built-in constructor for a command, if you added anything, you're going to have to change any of the calls. Hey there, Marco Dev. All right, now that I've explained that for the umpteenth time, let me try to get back to the work here. Maybe I should have read this before I tried to attempt the solution. Some fields may not always need to be specified. Typically, be represented as an optional T. Have a T stands for type, by the way. Have your macro identify fields in the macro input whose type is option, and make this corresponding builder method optional. In the test case below, current dir is optional and not passed to one of the builders in main. Be aware that the Rust compiler performs name resolution only after macro expansion has finished completely. This means that during the evaluation of a procedure, macro types don't exist yet, only tokens. Yeah, so that's why we had to parse the token tree to see if it's an option, right? Yeah, I know that. So in the context of the current test case, all this means is that there isn't some compiler representation of option that our macro can compare fields against to figure out if they will refer to an eventual option. Instead, we have to look at the tokens. Yeah, I figured that out. It has to be literally option less than a bunch of stuff greater than. Yeah, the syntax tree for types parse from tokens is somewhat complicated because of that. And we already figured that out, right? So, yeah, I think we're good. I just need to get this working now. Yeah, don't you debate me, A squared. Maybe I should just have a link for it. There was a link in the README. I could look at that really quick and put it in chat. Where was that README? Is it out here? Here it is. Builder pattern. Builder pattern. We're implementing that in Rust. Let's do it. So I made this isOption function that we're now using down here. And what we want to do for a setter is we don't want the original field type. I want the optional type here. And then we're going to do the same thing, actually. So that should get us a little bit further, right? It still won't pass the test, though, because we haven't lifted the requirement of it being required. So let me do the test again. Oh, I forgot to remove the debug statements. It's going to do a lot of barfing at us. That one thing that's really nice in Rust is you can just add this dbg exclamation point and it will barf out the raw contents of whatever you put inside. So we use that to see all these syntax trees. But now we don't want to see it. We just want to see our test pass. All right. Expected option found string. Okay, did I not fix it then? Bummer. I thought I fixed it. It's still complaining that actually it's hard to see where it's complaining. At some point it expected an option and found a string. Yeah. So what did I do wrong? Is it that this isOption didn't work? What if we do like panic here? Found an option. T. And its name is that. And then we're going to stringify the field type. Field name. Or actually, it's just field ident. There we go. Docs derived builder. So there already is one. Panic! Thank you for the follows, by the way. I appreciate that. Okay. That's just a warning, warning, warning. Where's the error? Oh. I don't want to stringify that. I actually just want to put it in there. Let's try that again. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. Wait, what? Did that not work? Option doesn't implement display. Oh, I need to unwrap that, right? As ref unwrap. Yeah. Ignore the warnings for now. I just want to see the panic. Yeah, current. So it finds the option is currenter, right? So it should have emitted that. It should emit this kind of setter where it takes the optional type. Maybe I need to see what that is. So let me its name, let's just say named that with inner type that. And let me make this a little bit easier to read by putting it on different lines. Okay, and then this is optional type dot what is optional type? It's a type, so it'll have How do I get the name out of it? I forget. What am I looking at? Right here. Oh, it's path. Can I just do that? It has this, or do I have to do a toString? Maybe borrow it. What's the error here? We can't display the type. Shoot. Can we debug it though? Debug it like that. Oh, that'll work. Let's see it. Cargo expand will do it? Yeah, Nathaniel Bumpo had it. Yep, thank you, Nathaniel Bumpo. Cargo expand will be easier to debug. The problem I had with cargo expand is it wasn't expanding these tests because those tests aren't actually pulled in by the crate. They are pulled in at runtime by progress using try-build. So if you know how I can do cargo expand with try-build, I'll try it. But yeah, when I was doing this yesterday, cargo expand wasn't expanding the actual tests. It was only expanding the outer one, which is the progress, I think. Well, it's expanding my macro basically, and then if I told it to, I got it to expand the tests, I think. Yeah, test progress or tests, and then it expands the tester, but I can't get it to expand the try-build stuff. Try-build creates a cargo sub-project, so I don't know how to do that. How to expand the sub-project. Because it's not like it has an artifact in the source. Right? It's in tests, and I tried to do like test 06 optional field, and it says there's no test for that. You can code that what you want to expand. Yeah, so yeah, you're right. I could copy paste the contents of that file into a test, sure. I could do that. Let me reserve that for when I'm really stuck. I'm just doing it the old-fashioned way. Inner type string, right? That says string to me. Yeah. So we should be emitting code that requires a string and filling it in there. Yeah. So why was it not working then? At some point it's expecting an option. So yeah, maybe I am stuck and I will need to take this and make it another test. So let's try that, I guess. The way that is done, I believe it's just we mark it as a test, right? So can I just do that here? Or is it gonna have trouble with that? Cargo expand test main. No test target called main. So I can't do that? Is that what that means? Did I not save that? Do I need to do a cargo build first? And then a test? No, it doesn't like it. Do I need to list it in the cargo? Oh, I do. Shoot. Okay, so would I just say test again? Name equals let's just call it step. Path equal tests 06 optional field.rs. And then try to do step. There we go. Cargo expand in one directory level up could do it too. I could try that too. This seemed to have worked as well, right? So it should have expanded everything here. I can kind of take a look at that, I guess. Oh, I just overwrote my original output. Oh well. That's okay. I don't need what the output used to say. Let's take a look at this and see what's wrong with it. Oh, I need to take a break. Let me suspend it for a while. I want to try to find the problem, and when I find the problem and fix it, then I'll take a break. So it did emit the correct code here, right? It's a string. Oh, that's the problem. Option, right? Yeah, that's the problem. Okay, let me try the way man is saying to do it. So, let me see if I can get away with not doing that. And then not listing it as a test. And you said if I do expand one level up, cargo expand. Okay, see you, Nightshade, dude. Good luck with your video call. Yeah, so that didn't work because it just did the main for the crate, right? Which is going to be empty. So, yeah, I don't know. Unless you have another idea. I think I'm just going to do it the other way, where we just add it as explicit test. I don't know where the... See, if you say, Nathaniel, you said that try build creates a cargo subproject, but I don't know how to use that with expand. Cargo expand. I'll read the, I'll RTM, read the manual and see maybe there's something in here about subprojects. See the instructions. The instructions of cargo expand. In the comments here. So it expects that I would just paste it into main. But I would need to paste the code from the test here, I guess. If it creates them on the fly, I mean, you would think that conceptually you could have cargo expand sub-projects made on the fly, but I don't see an option to do it. Yeah. I mean, there was tests there. I don't know what a bench target is. Oh, it's option because it's a bug. That's a bug. This is the output of my macro was this, that it shouldn't do that. It should have done that. So that's what the bug was. So it was a good idea to do the cargo expand in the first place to see that bug. So so if I need to copy the code, then I'm just copying the code a different way. I'm copying the code by listing it as a test here, and then marking the whole thing as a test, and I get the same thing, right? I think I'm just going to stick with that. Oh, I have to do cargo build first, I guess. Did I not call it step? I did call it step. I bet I didn't hit save. Please build. Then run test. Okay, I missed something. I called it step. I marked that as a test. What am I missing? Why is it thinking that that's an error now? Oh. It's smart enough to know that it's an error. Oh, because it's listed as a test, so it's actually running Clippy on it for now. I wasn't sure if I needed to have the value suffixes. So if you say I can remove them, that's great. I can remove that. I'll do that when I refactor it, I think. I didn't know you could have a field and a structure that's the same name as a function in its implementation. What am I doing wrong here? This was working before. Cargo test. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. That's why. I'm in the wrong place. Okay, there it ran. Right? If I do it without the out. Yeah, okay, cool. So, Obviously, I need to work more on the macro, so let me take a break and do that. So I need to not only modify setters to do this alternate code generation, but I have to do it in values too, because we don't want to wrap it in an option if it already is an option. But I need to take a break first. So I'll be right back after just a little bit of time. If you, like me, have been sitting around for 2 hours, now is a perfect opportunity to get up, stretch, get something to drink, that kind of thing. I went to the wrong place. Yeah, I was in the wrong directory. Yep. So I'll be back in about 3 minutes after I get up and stretch and all that stuff. See you in a bit. I'm back. All right. Okay. I can go to target test derived builder. I didn't even know there was a folder there. It would be one directory up, right? Target test derive builder. Ah, okay. Target. What happens if I do a build from here, though? Does it just run this one project then? So you're saying without having marked it as a test, and without having listed it as a test, I can still do cargo expand with bin of try build because you're saying that there is an inner binary in there. I see. Yeah, so this is what you're saying, the subproject generated off on the fly, right? So it would be try build 005. No? Oh, without the test. Bin instead, right? Yeah. Thank you, ActinDev. So there we go, we got the same thing. I don't know if I like it doing it this way though, because then I have to navigate down to this folder and I need to know what the number is. I think I like my other way better. That from the same place where I would do a build, I just list out that, hey, right now the step we're on is 6, and the only cost here is I just have to mark it as a test, right? Actually, what happens, if I don't mark that as a test, it won't work, right? Cargo expand test step, it's gonna, no, it still worked. Is that because I didn't build? It still works. So I don't even need to mark it as a test. Probably I need to mark it as a test to run it though, right? Cargo test. How does that work? I'm gonna run one test. The test filtering argument test name and all arguments following the suggestions are passed to the test binaries. Hold on, what? Test name. Oh, after the options. Okay, cargo test step probably won't work. Oh no, it does work. Oh, it doesn't work because I can't compile it right now. Right. Okay, so it may or may not work. I guess we'll find out. But this was enough to tell it to expand that file, basically. Might need to mark it as a test to run it. Actually, if I only need to do it for expand, then that's what I'm going to do. I'll just change this to what step we're on to expand it. Anyway, the problem is that I need to have optional code here, right? I have to say, again, if let some optional type is option field type, emit this a little bit differently. Whoops. If it's an option already, we don't need to list it as an option. And that would go there. Actually, no. I don't even need to know the type inside because we're just using field type, right? And okay, so this is probably going to tell me that I can reduce this to is sum. Yes. What's the error? Trial expression alternatives have incompatible types. Okay. Is it going to tell me that here? I guess we'll expand it again and take a look. Okay, now that fixed that. Return a Boolean. Oh, is that the problem? Oh no. I'm just doing that to kill two birds with one stone. Where we need the inner type, we have it. But if we don't need the inner type, I'm just using the is sum. It just has to be something, right? So what's the problem? Somewhere it's expecting an option and found a struct still. Try expression alternatives have incompatible types. Oh, is it further on down here? In not here. What am I looking at? It's probably one of these other things we generated, right? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Probably down here, right? What's this new V1 junk? Oh, this is part of the format stuff, right? That should be okay, shouldn't it? It's something about alternatives. I don't suppose I could just rust see the out and see it. Yeah, it's not going to work as is because of a bunch of other stuff, right? That's the bummer. Yeah. I could make a crate around it, right? Actually, it does seem to pull in everything it needs. Well, it doesn't pull in, yeah. Yeah, why didn't it compile that? Crate equals star. What I'd really like to do is compile this file and have the compiler aid me in finding the problem. Nothing wrong there. More like template errors in C++, yeah. So the error is somewhere, we just don't know exactly where it is. Try expression optional types have alternatives have incompatible types. Somewhere inside of our generated code. It expected an option and found a string. There is this, but that's with the nightly build. I mean, I guess I could try the nightly build with that to see it. Yeah, that's the macro invocation, so it doesn't really tell us much. It's like inside of the code expanded. It's inside of this code somewhere, right? It's between line 19 and 98. Somewhere in here. It's not going to be inside of these format things, is it? I mean, I guess it could be. Oh, you can do a plus? If it's that easy, maybe I'll do that. Cargo plus nightly? Is this how you do it? I'm just, not back trace. Okay, it'll probably tell me how to do it if I do the help right. Thank you for the follow. Would it be an argument to test? Cargo test help? Might have to add dash dash in the right place, yeah. I mean, I could always just switch it, right? Rust up. I could switch to nightly. Rust up. What was it? Default or something? Default. Nightly. Now we're on nightly. Then maybe I don't need this test thing. Might need to go before test? Am I not spelling that correctly? I did rust up default nightly. It's doing the nightly build now, I think. Actually, how do we know? Rust C version. Yeah, it's doing nightly. So this should be doing it nightly, right? Yeah, it's nightly. Is the option before the test name? That's what I tried to do and it still didn't like it. Am I misspelling it? Macro backtrace, micro backtrace. Maybe it needs to be even before the word test. No. Oh, really? Okay. So I would be like set rust flags equal z macro backtrace, right? And then do a test step. I can try what man just did in a second too. The cat's meowing for some reason. What do you want, kitty? You want to show up on stream and say hi to the chat? Oh, cool! It expanded it. That didn't really help, did it? That didn't really help as much as I thought it would. Okay, bummer. It just said, it's somewhere in there. Well, you know what I could always do is just take the expanded code and make it another file that we test. Right? Yeah, why don't I just do that? So we'll go rust up default stable. And then on 6, I'll just not derive builder. And just paste the raw expanded code here. So that is here. All this here. Pasted there. Oh, I don't want to expand the format macros. Shoot. Can I unexpand the format macros? That's unfortunate. Okay, so actually that should be okay, right? Use of unstable library feature, format internals. Why is that a problem? Oh, I need to remove the Z thing. Empty. Oh, that's weird. No, Clippy doesn't see it. Why didn't Clippy see it? Oh, probably because it didn't think they needed to build anything anymore. Couldn't find alloc and root. Unstable features, huh? Well, I guess I could just unexpand it. Where exactly is that? That's in the build function for my builders. This thing. So I can just take that. Why is there a let res there? Oh, that's part of the macro. Okay, so this would just be a string, right? Executable. Whoops. That wasn't good. It would just be that, right? And what's wrong with that question mark? Is that the problem? And I think it's because the rest of it's broken. Okay, so it's just here, but with args. Here with E and V. And here with current dir. No. No, semicolon. C++ habit. Something wrong here. Is this the problem? Aha, here's the problem. Problem is right here. What's wrong with this one? Oh, yeah, we don't want to take it out, do we? This is the wrong type. Yep, that's it. So I need to just do that part, which is, yeah, it's an alternate builder. Okay, all right, I got it. It's too bad that we couldn't, like, get the compiler to tell us that. So anyway, let's remove it back out. All right, we're back to having the error being obscured inside of the macro somewhere, and it's in the builder. It's again, we want to, it has to be conditional on it being an option. If I could type correctly, there we go. All right, so what do we do if it's an optional type? Oh, I need to get the type out too. No problem, we have that. Another thing I wonder if the compiler could fold together is if we're getting this exact same code in each of these iterators, like maybe the compiler would fold those together when if and only if, I guess, it's only iterating once. Anyway, so if it is an option, I don't need to do that. I just need to assign it. So it's just take, right? What does take do for an option? So I don't want to do that, right? I want to, oh, I can't just move it. Can I swap them? No, I can't swap them. I guess, okay, I know I can clone it. We could clone it for now. But I can't just take it out, right? Oh, no, I can. I can take it out and then build it into, I can do a match. That's what I can do. So this is a, if some value equals that dot take, else that value, otherwise none, some value. Yeah, I can do that. Is a macro a dark macro? Compiler will not look inside. Yeah, it's too dark. Take or else, do you have option? No, option would be bad. I removed that. It's just option. Try standard mem take. That only works if it has a default. I guess I could try that. So you're saying instead of that, to field name built self.field name, put that inside of a mem take. How do we do that? Is it just standard mem take that? Why didn't it like that? Oh, we need to do comma built. Okay, I guess it works too. Now, what does that actually do? I should look this up. Did I look it up last time and just forgot? Probably. Memtake. It replaces it with the default, right? So as long as T has a default, then it works. So this wouldn't work for something that has no default, which might be a problem later. If this macro were to be used with something that doesn't have a default, it wouldn't work, right? Oh, wait. Take option always has a default. The default option is none, right? How is that? I guess I don't need to look at that. I can look at it here. Option defines default, right? Default. Yes. So we're good. So take it is. Looks like I still have a problem though. Expected immutable reference to an option string found in enum option. Okay, it wants a ref. Oh. Is that because take needs a reference? Take needs a reference, so I need to do by reference. And we still have an error. What's the error now? Expected mutable reference. Mutable reference. There you go. Have the mutable reference. Ooh, it compiled. Yeah, option T has a default. Yep. Thank you, man. Point to man. The man's earning a lot of points today. All right, cleaner than that. Let's try it out. So, cargo test. It passed. What's this warning about? Oh, yeah, don't need that. Still getting a warning. Okay, warning that we never used them. I think that's fine, right? Anyway, we passed. Yay! You have 15-second delay? I'm sorry. I'm not dropping any frames, and I have transcoding options going, so at least I think I do. Still have transcoding. I didn't lose the transcoding options, did I? No, they're still going. What's my delay? My own delay is 1.7 seconds. It would be self the field name dot take. Or you're saying instead of doing that, I could have done that? Okay, yeah, what am I thinking? I just don't need the okay or else. Yeah, that works too. This is why I love you guys and gals, all my viewers. Always know more than I do about Rust. Thank you, man. That's right. Rimo 8 pass. I need to use that more. Okay, and then this I can then abbreviate even further, right? Is some. If it's an option, then yep, and then we still pass. Let's move on to test 7. Test 7 repeated field. Okay, I'm already scared. I think I know what it's going to be about because I peeked before. Yeah, where we have this each thing. I don't know how to do that yet. The stuff with attributes, right? I wonder if that's going to require that I read about attribute macros first. Let's look at it. Okay, and then I can switch the cargo to go to 7 now. Repeated field. And it will build it for me and tell me that it's an error. Isn't that cool? I just told it it's an official test and now I get little errors saying that we don't have this defined. Let's see what the helpful documentation says here. First suggest an idea, then suggest an even better idea. That's exactly right. You know it, man. That's how you rack up those points. Standard process command builder handles args in a way that is potentially more convenient than passing a full vector of args. Look for a field attribute builder on each field. The generated code may... I think is this assuming that I've been looking at the implementation of that for ideas? Because that might have helped me before I looked at John Hu's solution. Because it looks like it wants me to look at that on that to get an idea. The generated code may assume... Or is that just saying look for that on this code? Oh, yeah, that's what it's saying. The generated code may assume that fields with this attribute have the type vec and should use the word given in the string literal as the name for a corresponding builder method, which accepts one vector element at a time. Oh, so the singular arg instead of plural args. Got it. And then they're using the singular. I see. How come they mark that? Excuse me, why do they mark that and they don't use it? Weird. Probably just for completeness because that's also a vector. In order for the compiler to know that these builder attributes are associated with your macro, they must be declared at the entry point of the derived macro. Otherwise, the compiler will report them as unrecognized attributes. So it tells me the answer. So let's just put that in our code. way up here. There. Now, that error went away, and we just need to do the right thing. Option take is a specialized mem take, and that is a specialized mem replace. I remember that the take was a specialized replace. It's like replace or swap it with default or something like that, right? So in the option take, you could use mem replace, yeah. Or swap with the default. That's how I remember doing things in C++, is using swap. You construct a default and you just swap it out. All right, one more. These are called inert attributes. The word inert indicates that these attributes do not correspond to any invocation on their own. They are simply looked at by other macro invocations. If the new one-at-a-time builder method is given the same name as the field, avoid generating an all-at-once builder method, because the names would conflict. Why would the names conflict? Oh, same name. I see. Okay, so that... They're not... Okay, that's what this test is for, right? Same name, so we need to make sure we don't make two things with the same name. I got it. All right, how am I going to do this? I need to know when this is used. Is that part of the syntax tree? I'm assuming it is. So I am going to do that old trick that I've done before and do a DBG on the AST. And then I'm going to kind of cheat and do cargo test dash, or is it test step? Just to run it once, and then out to 1. Yes. Look it out. All right. So that means it only ran the one step, which is cool. I have less to cut, and it's also not colorized, which is cool. All right, let's look at it. What do I see here? Aha, there is a bunch of extra stuff here under attribute. Okay, so normally was that attributes empty? Yeah, normally attributes are empty. Okay, so I know where to look now. It's an ATTRs. Normally it's empty. Right? Normally it's empty. So, okay, let me look at it more closely now. Thank you for the follow, by the way. And hey there, Emilgardus. I also forgot to say hi to Guritoro. Did I miss a message from you? Or did I just not realize you were... Oh, I did miss a message from you. It's a Rust C argument. Yes, yep. So that's why we had to put it under Rust args. Hello, by the way. Don't know why I missed your message. And the Kim Luke, hi! Your daily hi. Okay, so we're going to look for adders, and we're going to look for an attribute, and it has to have the identifier builder. And do we care if, hold on. Do we care if that's each? The only thing we really care about right now is that string, right? So I could skip down to tokens and look for the literal here, right? All we need to do is grab that string out. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, the beast doesn't like sitting on his stand anymore. Actually, does this even work? Let's look at what is the second camera pointing to. Yeah, see, it's kind of lonely. He hasn't sat up there in a long time. He's lurking around the house. Unfortunate. I think it's because his like habits change every few weeks. Well, he might be invisible. I heard him a little bit ago, but now I don't hear him anymore. Best kind of cat. Yeah, he changes his habits every few weeks. I'm just looking at this, thinking, how am I going to figure out this junk? All right. we have to do it at a couple places, right? So what would we have to change? We have to change what setter we're making, right? And then the setter would have to make a new vector if it was none, and if it's some, then it's going to mutate it, right? So it's a lot of the work's going to be in the setter here. We don't need this panic. Don't panic. What do I want to do? I don't know. Read the relevant docs they mentioned. Did they mention more docs? Oh, they did. Why come I didn't see that? They're just telling me to look at attribute, right? What about meta? I didn't see meta. There's no meta. Why would they have me look at meta? I don't know. Let's look. Is this the right one? This is the toolchain one. This one. Okay, so attribute. Rust has 6 types of attributes. This is the kind we're interested in, right? Yes. In front of the item they described, right? So it's a style that we care about. Okay, so the path is going to be, we're going to look for path builder. I suppose we need to iterate all the attributes too, right? Yeah, we're doing a builder derive. I am going through this workshop here, which talks about how to implement the builder pattern for Rust using a macro. So the idea is that with this attribute, we're telling the compiler to look for a procedural macro called builder to emit more code. And we're emitting code that generates another structure that lets us call setters and junk like that. And I'm not going to do the full explanation about what I'm doing because I've done it 3 or 4 times already. So just really, really succinctly, yeah, we're making a procedural macro in Rust. It's going to generate a lot of code, including this builder function, these setters, to implement the builder pattern. You might have to reset your player if you have 20 seconds of delay. Yeah, okay, you get that. Okay, cool. All right, Rust is written in Rust? I think it is, yeah. All great programming languages are written in themselves, with perhaps a small bootstrap to get it going. More referring to what kind of structure you wanted to parse. We're parsing the, this is a composite structure that the syntax crate makes for us. So we start with, this abstract syntax tree comes to us in the form of a token stream. So at the very top of our macro, we get a token stream, right? And immediately the first thing we do is we ask the syntax crate to parse that into this derive input structure, which I dumped out at runtime, and this is the actual structure we get for this tree. And so I was just looking at this to see how do we go through this tree to find this? Because what we want to extract is a couple things. We need to say, is this attribute present? And if so, what is the string here? Because that string we're going to use to make the corresponding setter. And we also want to make sure, like in this case, if that string is the same name as the field, that we don't make the normal setter for the field, that this overrides the setter to be that you have to call it for each string rather than for the whole vector. You're looking for something, you figure it was the field adders? Yeah, it's adders. Adders, this is what we care about. But in adders, I'm like looking at, well, okay, it's a list of attributes, and each attribute we have to look at the path to make sure it's builder, and then if it is, we're going to have to look, and I was wondering, like, are we going to have to look at the identifier, or can we just skip straight into the looking for the literal? Actually, I guess what we would do is expect it to be the identifier each equals and then the literal, and we would panic if it wasn't that, right? Yeah, I guess. I guess that's what we'll do. So first step is to recognize when something has that attribute. Let's do that first. So, and again, this has to be done in the setters, right? At least in the setters. Maybe make it into a function. And would it work with options too? How would an optional vector work with a setter? I don't think it would. I think it's inside of this else that we need to work, right? I've heard a lot about OCaml being what Rust is sort of inspired from. And not using the span trick from John. I don't know the span trick. I didn't watch the videos yet, Papadas. I need to do that. If I can find some spare time, I plan to watch John's videos. They are bookmarked here. Silmith found them for me. I can put them into chat again. I need to watch those because he probably uses a lot of tricks I would find handy. Yeah, I don't know the span trick. I know what a span is. A span would be what is one of these. It's saying which bytes in the original tokens correspond to this identifier, right? And again here, so you can kind of see it that it's character 1481 is an equal sign, right? And you can kind of see, you can kind of infer that there's some white space because there's a gap between those two. There's a one character gap. Right here and here. Yeah, I don't know the span trick. I don't see what let me try to think. If John has a trick involving spans, if that's a span, how would I use that trick? I have no idea. Anyway, let me get back to not being sidetracked. Let's make it another condition. We might generate this anyway, but only if the we would not generate this if there is an attribute with the same name. So I should probably say like let mute include full setter is true. And then if we get down to here, if include full setter, then quote this. Actually, we need to quote anyway, so I could do it this way, right? Let me think about it. Let full setter equal if include full setter, quote that. Else quote empty. And then quote part of this will be full setter. Yeah. There might be a cleaner way to do that. But so in here we're going to decide if we want to include the full setter or not. And then also we're going to check if we're going to have an additional attribute. So we should have like each setter, and that's also optional, right? If, and I'll just invent for now, if let some setter name equal has each attribute. And then I need to give it the part of the tree we care about, right? So what would that be? The field? So let it borrow the field, right? Then right, this is all in the context of let each setter equal. Then we're going to quote something. else empty quote again. Right? And I just need to make this, and this will be to do. All right. So we need to make that. Function has each attribute, and this is a field option. It would be the setter name, so that would be a string, right? So let's just make it none for now. Make sure it compiles. Thank you for the follows, by the way. Do you have a function that returns output of quote macro? The output of the quote macro would be a token stream, right? So that's what these types are going to be, token streams. I'm not sure what you mean by do I have a function that returns the output of the quote macro? I think the answer is I do not, but I know that the output of the quote macro is token stream. And I know that the token stream can be quoted. And it just, so what I'm getting at here is we may or may not have an each setter, and we may or may not have a full setter. And we don't know if we have the full setter or not until, by default we do, but we might turn it off inside of here if the setter name is the same. Oh, actually, I can do that right now. It's if the setter name is the same as the field name. So if field name is the same as the setter name, then include full setter is false, right? It is proc macro 2 token stream or proc macro token stream. Yeah, I can get that from this by clicking there, right? And I can see it's in proc macro 2 token stream. Proc macro 2. Anybody happen to know why it's 2? Is it like version 2? And then why didn't they just call it proc macro -2? Or are they saying that there are 2 alternative ways to do procedural macros, and this is the second way to do it? Whenever I see 2s in names, it always makes me wonder, is it a version or an alternative or what? Maybe they explain it up here. Or maybe they don't. Wait a minute, is this the same person? Tolnay? It is. It's the same person who wrote the, I just realized that, the same person who wrote the syntax and quote crates is the one who did this workshop. Neat. Maybe I should follow this person. I suppose this person is big in the Rust community, and I should probably follow them. All right. Independent from the compiler path so that it is testable. Oh, okay. So one's testable and independent, and the other is not? Okay, so that's the wrinkle for when we don't include the full setter, is if the name matches the field. Okay, and then assuming that we've implemented that, the way we would do this would be function setter name mute self value would be oh, we need to get the internal type out of the vector. I don't know how to do that yet. Maybe we'll have has each attribute include that. So we'll have setter name and the item type. I'm just inventing work for me to do later, aren't I? So this now has to return me 2 things, an optional string and a type, right? All right, and then this goes back to working again here. All right, and then the first time you said it, we'd have to create the vector. So we have to say if self.field name if, I guess I could do it this way, if some vector, Use the full name? Or just vec? Vec's not reserved, is it? Let's just do vector. If it is a vector, we're gonna... Technically I have to do that, right? And then I can say vector.push value, else... Oh, hold on. Let's reverse that. If none. Because we're going to push this anyway, right? Thank you for the follow, by the way. Hey there, Leonardo Smith. And also username OP, hello. David wrote, like everything anyhow, this error surd. Yeah, sounds like big contributor to Rust, for sure. I want this to be down here, and we don't need an else. Right? But it's not going to be vector, it's going to be, it's just going to be field name. Self.field name. Push, right? Because it's already, we already have a mutable reference, so that means I don't need that. I just do that, right? We're going to borrow it to see if it's none. Oh, wait. I need to do as ref, don't I? To turn the reference to an option into an option, into a reference to the internal. So I need to unwrap that and then push the value. I think I did that right, because the field name is going to be an optional vector of somethings. And then we need to take that optional vector and then get a reference, an optional reference to the vector, an optional reference to vector, unwrap that to get a reference to the vector, and then we can use that to push. I guess that needs to be as mute then, right? Okay, if we don't have one, we have to make one. So field name is vec new. I think I got it right. You gotta go, man? Okay. Have a good one. If none equals field name... Oh, I need a let, don't I? And yeah, I think you're right. It's going to tell me that an easier way to do that would be is none. Thank you. I just don't have... I'm not in the habit of remembering that. Now, does that need to have a reference or not? I can look at that up. Is none. Does it need a reference? It takes a reference, so it'll convert it to a reference for me if I do that, right? Okay, that looks right to me. We'll see how it goes, right? So, if we somehow figure out that it has an each attribute, and we extract this setter name, and we also, while we're at it, get the type of the vector, then if it's the same name, we don't include the full setter, and then we the setter, each setter is going to be that block of code. If we couldn't find an each attribute, then there is no each setter. The full setter is unchanged. It's only emitted if we wanted to include it, and there it is. Option sum vector new. Do I need to? Oh, I do need to do that. Yes, thank you. I would have, the compiler would have told me, but thank you, Silmith. I have a feeling that I'm going to have to do that trick about expanding it and then placing the expansion in to see the errors. Yeah, we have errors already. Let's see if I can figure out what the errors are. Oh, actually, we're not getting an error off of the derive. We're just getting that that's missing. Probably because this doesn't return true. So I could probably really hose it by saying some fizz buzz field.tie. This ought to be a reference, by the way. That probably screwed it up, right? More parentheses. No? No, that is a problem still. That's string new. Actually, I probably can get away with making that a slice. And this should be reference. Oh, I'm being raided by AVH4. Hey there, AVH4. And Party of 7. I am doing a I'll wait just in case there are people watching ads. How long are typically ads on Twitch? Some of them could be pretty long, right? 30 seconds somewhere. Hey there, AVH. Thank you for the raid. Okay, hoping that everyone either did not get an ad or is done with the ad. What I'm doing today is, like it says above my head, I'm learning how to do procedural macros in the Rust programming language. So I have been following along this workshop right here that is a challenge to implement the builder pattern, which I just linked, in Rust. So the builder pattern being that given this structure, this macro will generate extra code which will let us use the builder pattern with it. So in other words, make a builder object, use setters on the builder object, and then when we're ready, build will produce a command. So the trick is implementing the macro which generates the code, and then macros in Rust for procedural macros start like this, where you declare that it's a macro and you give it a function. The function takes a stream of input tokens which matches what's tied to the invocation. So all these tokens get placed in, and then we get to emit extra tokens. In addition to the input, we get to provide output tokens. So what we're doing here is we're providing the definition of a builder object and a definition of a builder method, which constructs the builder. And the builder has setter methods, and it stores values until we're ready to build. And then the builder produces the final output. You're always interested in the macro systems? Yeah. So if you're unfamiliar with macros in Rust, I'll briefly show a declarative macro, which is a lot easier to understand in my opinion. It's the one built into Rust's standard library called vec. Actually, the pop-up kind of shows it. It creates a vector containing the arguments, right? So it expands to that. There's a lot of boilerplate in here. So this is nice and concise and easier to read. We're able to do that through the macro metaprogramming, right? Where we say, when we see that, replace it and its argument with an invocation of the macro using its argument as input tokens, right? In this case, the declarative macro, it's like a pattern match thing. So this is saying 0 or more expression token trees. So it could be more than a token. It could be like 1 + 9 or something, and that entire tree is one expression, right? But this is a simple case where it's just a single literal. Anyway, if you match the pattern, you just replace the macro invocation with this block of code where we're able to put in boilerplate stuff that's verbatim, and then we can have either single or repeated replacements. And you give it what's the fixed part, and you put in what you want to be interpolated in there. So from the input, right, put the expression here, expand it to be all of its repetitions, and there you go. Pretty cool, huh? Typed macros with AST pattern matching. Yep. So I didn't know any of this on Monday. So in the last 3 or 4 days, I've been reading about it. The pattern matching is matching the token trees in an abstract syntax tree. So the input here is the abstract syntax tree, and you give it a pattern saying that abstract syntax tree needs to match individual expression token trees separated by commas, 0 or more of them, right? And this special syntax right here says that it's a repetition. So if I didn't do that, then it would only take one expression, and it wouldn't work unless I did that, right? And then I'd have to do something like remove that, right? Now it works with just one push. But this is a special syntax that lets you repeat it. And that we see again with procedural macros, but instead of $signs, they use hash marks. I don't know why, but they just do. But it's the same lower concept. This is a repetition of 0 or more setters, and this is an interpolation of a variable. So there's a variable setters. We build it up here. It's kind of a lengthy one. An easier to see one would be like the value initializers, right? So when we're actually constructing the thing we're building, no, sorry, this is initializing the local variable, the private variables of the builder itself, right? It's 0 or more initializers, where the initializers are just a field name, colon, and then none, right? It doesn't have a value to start with. So this being an iterator, the repetition patterns here work with vectors, iterators, and similar things, slices, and it's pretty cool. There's a lot when you start learning Rust. You don't know it, but as you learn more and more Rust, you start to realize that you really need to know about iterators, and they come up all over the place, and they are really useful to make things in functional programming as well, because you can say, hey, take this collection, iterate it, and then give it to this map function, and everything is changed, right? So everything returns, takes an iterator in and gives you an iterator out. So you do a lot of method chaining with iterators, and with macros, that's how you do repetitions with iterators. Hashtag is more procedural than $. Yeah, pretty much. Rust basically has a few corners in the syntax that are unused but tokenized. Yeah, so they use that or $, because it really isn't useful or able to be used in any other context, and so it makes it so you can disambiguate. You could write it as input for quote macro, as they cannot or be cumbersome to say $, as that's already a special syntax in that context. Oh, so you can't use $, because it's already a special syntax? Okay. I knew that there must be some reason, right? It's just a reality of the syntax that I've just taken. I'll accept it, right? I'm not that interested in making changes or understanding the depths of the compiler. I just want to use it. So they have something else than $foo, so they use, yeah. It makes sense that they have something else that means something else, right? Anyway, this is the macro we're making. The workshop I'm following along, I already linked to. It's kind of cool in that it gives you the challenge as a sequence of steps, and the first step is very approachable. It just says, define a procedural macro that doesn't need to do anything at all. It just needs to parse. We don't use it at all, right? And then I like it because you get that test passing, and you're like, great, I'm actually having fun because I'm making an accomplishment. And then it just gets harder and harder as we go. We're at number 7 now. And so we're getting to the more complicated things where we have to study the types. So in this case, it wants me to, if I mark up one of the fields with an each attribute, which belongs to our macro, then we're supposed to take this literal string and make that the identifier of a builder, of a setter that just sets one element of the vector rather than setting the entire vector. The previous one set the whole vector in one shot like that, right? So in this one, we're setting it in 2 calls. So, arguably easier to read. We're building the vector inside of the builder one step at a time if we use the each one. And then there's a little wrinkle in there where they say, well, the each setter can be different from the full vector setter, but if they're the same, then don't emit the full vector setter. So that's where I am right now. I'm in here with the setter saying, well, here, where is it? Right here. So I haven't written this function yet, but we're saying if this field has an each attribute, then extract from that the name of the setter and the type of the item inside, which is, in this case, would be a string, right? And then if the field name and the setter name are the same, like is in the case here, env, then we're not going to include the full setter. We're going to then emit a setter, an each setter, and then here's the full setter. If emitted, it'll have this. So the full setter is already done and working. We did that in a previous step. We're just taking an entire vector and then just moving it into the builder, right? If it's an individual item of a vector, we need to see, well, if we don't have a vector yet, we have to make one, and then we'll push in the next value. Well, that was riveting 60 minutes on video in a meeting about revenue from FP&A. So, Nightshade Dude, which was more interesting, that video or my stream? There's only one correct answer. I have my ban hammer ready. I'm just kidding. Procedural macros are basically external libraries that are invoked by the compiler during compilation. Yeah, that's what's really cool about it. I was saying this earlier, like when the compiler is parsing and compiling it, it gets to this line and says, oh, wait, I have to stop because this wants me to invoke a procedural macro, which is itself another Rust library. So it will stop. It'll compile my library here and expect it to have defined a macro with the same name, right? And it will then, during the compile phase, run my compiled macro function, the compiled function from the macro, on this token tree, and then whatever I output goes back into the compiler, and then we resume compiling the program from there. So it's like a nested or recursive compilation step when you think about it. It starts by compiling this program, but when it gets to this line, it stops compiling this program, compiles mine instead, and then uses mine to parse and generate more code for the outer compile phase. It's pretty neat. I think it's been referred to as meta programming. A program that generates a program. Programming, interesting. Financials, not so much. Okay, thank you, Nightshade Dude. That was the correct answer. Can you use $ macros to dynamically create procedural macros? I don't think so, because if I remember correctly, they said that there are limitations to what you can emit from a declarative macro, and I don't think you can emit macros from macros. I don't think you can emit procedural macros from declarative macros, because you can only use these macros in the context of a block. The procedural macros are in the context of a definition of something. I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong. Maybe someone else who knows more can tell you. Actually, I don't think compilation itself is recursive. Well, it's one level of it's sort of okay. It's not recursion. We'll call it nested. There's a nested compilation phase where it compiles the macro itself. Okay, you can think. Okay. Yeah, so cargo needs to have, in preparation, already made the macro for the compiler. Okay, I can accept that. So it's not even nested. There are two compile phases, and it runs one program while compiling the second. There we go. Macro expansion is definitely recursive. Yeah. I misspoke initially. You can emit macros from here, but there's special rules like the macro has to be defined at the point you actually use the macro. So if like this use something like bang has to have been defined where we use it here. So we would have to have done macro rules bang or something, right? And but if we instead moved it down to here, now it won't work because it'll expand that to that, and then it'll nested try to while I'm unnesting it, it'll try to expand that and say, hey, I don't know what a bang is. You never told me, because compiler hasn't gotten all the way down here yet. There's like special rules about things like that. I've been mucking with this example too much. All right. Why didn't it like my string here? What does it have against strings? Oh, it's from, not new. All right, cool. So that is just to prove what? That this will break if I try to emit the code now? What was I trying to do with having a bogus implementation of that? I can't even remember. Maybe I was describing something. Oh, I think I know what it was. I expected to get a compiler error, and I do. Yes. Expected identifier found fizzbuzz. Right. So, actually, that is not the compiler error I expected to get. I think I might know why. That setter name, hold on, where are we? The setter name, it can't be a string. How do I turn a string back into it's literal? Okay, that can't be a string then. It has to be a literal. Is it just literal? Lit? I should look at the this field thing, right? Actually, I can look at the out. I had it here, right? What is it? It is a literal. Right, and inside the literal... Oh, actually, no, we need to extract that, don't we? Oh, is this where John Who would have used the span trick? Because if we know the span of the literal, I can just contract, like if that's the span, I can contract it once and extract that as a token, right? Ooh, I'm wondering if I have to do something like that. Because I need to turn a literal string into an identifier, don't I? No, but I can make an identifier from a string. I've done this before. I don't need to do any kind of trick. I can just extract that slice out, and then, where am I? I can do the format ident, right? In fact, that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to take, I'm just going to leave it as a string, because I can, and then this setter name I'm going to remap here. Let setter name equal format ident. There's probably an easier way not using format ident, but I know this will work. Now that should get me out of that one error, and I should get I do expect a different error though. Yeah, duplicate definitions. Okay, so the reason why I made it have a dummy implementation is it's going to now generate multiple setters with the same name. But this verifies that this code probably works because it admitted a valid function. It just had duplicates. I bet if I remove that though, it will that compiler error will go away. Yes? No, I still get to... Oh, because it's going to generate for all of them. Because it's every one, it's going to think that there is... Okay, so that's not going to work. Anyway, I have to actually only do it for the builder, each attribute ones. Yeah, so... Actually, just to hack it and see if I'm doing this right, I could just say if field dot ident equals, I don't know, args, then do that, and we can call it arg. Else none. Just to hack it and see what we get. Yeah, so now there's no longer a compiler error. Cool. There's a compiler error here, though. We can't... Oh, that's an option. If let sum equals that. What's wrong with... Oh, that single equals. And that needs to be borrowed. No? Is ident not an option? It is an option. Oh, hold on. It's an... No, that should work then. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, no. This is totally wrong. Let's just do if field.ident.asRef.unwrap equal arg. Yeah, sometimes my mind just flips back to other languages. You could bring one programming language to Desert Island, what would it be? That, in other words, like, if I had to pick one language and stick to it forever, what would it be? I don't know. Is the right answer Rust? I don't know, maybe JavaScript because it's so flexible and useful everywhere? I guess. Assembly? Yeah, but which assembly? Just for x64, x86 64, or just for ARM, or what? Basic. Yeah, I might pick JavaScript because it's just useful everywhere. I don't know, but maybe the correct answer is Rust since this is a Rust stream. I don't know. What error am I getting now? No variant or associated item named new. New. Where am I using new? Okay, so yeah, I should probably find out what's wrong here because oh, it's not going to be option new. It's going to be some, right? Why did I have option new there? Yeah, and then the types didn't match, so like I can just hack that right now, right? To make this oh, thank you for the follow, by the way. You'd pick Python? That's maybe what I would have picked years ago, but I don't know. Python doesn't really stick well with me. I don't remember it long enough, and I have to go relearn it, and there are just some things I find annoying about it. Like, what was the thing that was annoying about Python? I can't even remember. Maybe I'm giving Python a bad rap. I just don't remember Python very well. It's different enough from the other languages that I use that I don't remember it as well. Yeah, anyway, this is a contrived example. I should just drop it. Get it back to being compiling again. Right, this doesn't compile because we actually have to implement it. So let's do that. So we need to see if it has an attribute. So we're going to iterate the attributes, I think. The attributes are available directly in the field. So we're going to say, what, for attr in field dot attrs. And then I don't actually want to pull it out, do I? Actually, this already is a borrowed. Would this actually work? Yeah, it's not going to work. So I need to actually get a reference to it, don't I? Yeah. Now we're referring to an attribute. Okay, and then with that attribute, we need to see if it is a builder attribute. So we need to look at its path. So if attr dot path dot segments dot first, that's going to be an option, right? Yes. So if let some first segment equal that. Actually, we can do this a little bit differently, right? I could say let first segment equal that. And if first segment is none, return none. Early return, right? You're not new here, Anakim Luke. Rust compiler is here. Hey there, Rust. And cargo. Hold on a second. Sorry, I need to clear my throat again. You know, streaming for 3.5 hours is rough on your voice sometimes. Silent Z, how are you doing? Exabyte is here. I didn't see your chat before, I think. Where was it? Did I miss it? Oh, it's colored red, and so it looked like someone else's message. Yeah, it looked like Silent Z. What am I working on? I'm working on learning how to do macros in Rust. So a simpler macro that we started with before looks like this. And this is how we turn like a tedious syntax here where we're making a vector and pushing things into it into something a lot more concise and clean and nice and easy to read through a syntax that the Rust programming language provides, which is a way to declare a macro. And this is one kind of macro where we're taking a pattern match of input tokens and we're expanding that to a bunch of code. So it has the boilerplate bits and it has the thing we're matching, which is this expression, which is repeated, and we're unfolding it to be 0 or more lines of pushes into a vector. So just learning another kind of macro, which is the procedural macro, learning that right now. Yeah, the procedural macros, they're called procedural macros because you implement it in terms of a procedure which takes the input token stream and produces more tokens for the compiler. So it's like code generation. In this particular example, we're doing the builder pattern from this workshop. And the builder pattern essentially says, with this structure, this is the macro, generate more code from this structure, generate an extra structure called a builder that we can create here, and then it should have setters that are matching the fields of the thing we're building, and then a final build function to actually construct the thing we're building. And you can read more about the builder pattern in Wikipedia and elsewhere, but yeah, this is how we say that we're invoking the macro, and there's a whole bunch of like syntax for declaring the macro and providing the function that's going to be used at compile time of that program to generate the tokens. It's fairly complex. If you're really new to Rust and you don't understand any of this, that's fine. In the Rust book, which I will link to now, if you're just learning Rust, you won't learn macros like what I'm doing until you get to the advanced features chapter near the end of the book. So there's quite a bit of learning that had to come before this. You want attribute pass segments first for the early return. I thought the earlier return turned it into a result, not an option. Am I wrong about that? Okay. You're saying I can, instead of this early return nonsense, I can just say that and I don't need this stuff? Is that what you're saying? Oh, yeah, indeed. Okay, so this is smart enough to know that if this is none, just return the none for the option. Okay, so that's also for result and option? Okay, cool. Good to know. Thank you, Silmith. Give a point to Silmith. So as you can tell, we have a lot of viewers in chat who know way more Rust than I do and enjoy helping out, and I appreciate that. Used to be result only. It will be also for user types through try trait. Oh, cool. Good to know. So what I'm doing in this function right here is we're trying to determine while we're parsing these tokens is if this has a builder each attribute. This one does not. This one does. This one does, and this one does not. So when our macro is parsing the syntax tree, so to speak, of this structure, we're looking for which fields of the structure have this attached attribute. So we're given the field. The field has the identifier, which is the name right here, args, and it will have a type, which in this case will be vector of string, and it'll have this vector of attributes, which is empty for some of these, but for the case of args here, it'll have one attribute in it. So previously I had it dump out the actual tree, and it looks like this. It's kind of gross. But you can kind of see the essential parts here. If the field here is args, right? It actually tells us which bytes that those 4 bytes are in this original source code, right? And then attached to here, there is one attribute in there. And the attribute is builder. So you can see how like this line expands to quite a bit of junk, right? And the various parts of that line are parsed into various places. So this path has an identifier which has that string. And so that's what I'm looking for right about here. I'm going to say if that first segment is not equal to builder, then we're going to return none. And it's probably a nifty. Can I not say not? I can't say not equal. Because that's a path segment. Oh, I have to say that dot ident. And I probably need to borrow that. No, it's automatically borrowed. Right. So if this will return early if there is no attribute. This will return early if the attribute is there but it's not builder. So like for example, if I attached a fizzbuzz here, right? Technically that would be valid if there was such a thing as fizzbuzz, but there's not. But if it got there, we might have something that's not a builder, so we want to return early. See ya, JT. Welcome back, man. All right, so what's next? If we get that past there, we know we have an attribute, we know it's builder, so we should probably match that it has to be each equals some string, right? And if it's not, we should probably panic, which would force a compiler error. So what's... Okay, it's tokens. Right, so I'm going to want to... Well, that's interesting. Inside the token stream, there's a group. Oh, group in parentheses. Is that why? All right, there is a group. So we should expect a group token in the tokens stream. That's what we should do next. If attribute dot tokens dot can I iterate that? What is tokens? Tokens is a token stream. What can I do with the token stream? Oh. Can I iterate it? Can I iter? I can't just iterate it? Can I iterate it like this? Can I just say first? I can't do that. What am I going to do? You implement unwrap as macro helper that unwraps any enum. Oh, you mean to do kind of like what I was doing earlier up here? Because, yeah, because we have to unwrap these enums this way, it forced me to have this pyramid style indentation. How do I use a token stream directly? I don't even know. If you hear a dog barking, that's a dog in the background. Let's see. Token stream. How do I use the thing? Am I not really intended to use it directly? Am I supposed to parse it with syntax parse again? I could just look at what traits it implements. Okay, I could turn it into an iterator, but I don't want to take ownership of it. You hear a dog barking, it's a dog barking. Yeah, but it's my dog barking. It's not someone else's dog barking. And hello, Mr. Balrog. Oh, I also forgot to say hi to someone in def codes. Sorry, I didn't say hi to you. You said hello a while ago, too. 1221. Sorry about that. Hello. I like to say hello to everybody who chats. I don't want to consume it into an iterator. I want to borrow it. Can I... How is this implemented? Yeah, I don't want to consume it. I don't want to turn it into an iterator. Can I just iterate it? They don't really have a very good documentation for this, do they? Okay. Yeah, it's opaque. That's when they say fields omitted, you're not supposed to look at the fields. How do I use the thing? I have no idea. Maybe I'll cheat and look at how John did it. Just a little bit. I'll just cheat a little bit. John Who's implementation. John Who implemented the same thing, and I'm going to take a peek at what he did for the builder. At some point, he's going to look for that option, right? Or for that each attribute. Does the syn parser for attributes too? What is my Chrome theme? I don't think I use a particular theme. I'm using Dark Reader for GitHub. Maybe that's what you're thinking of? Because the default would be blaring glorious white, right? And it's not an annoying question. Yeah, I don't think I use any particular theme. I'm just using Dark Reader. Which you could probably find by just Google searching for Dark Reader Chrome. Okay, where did he... I should just look for... Oh, there it is. Parse meta. So he's using something called parse meta. Parse meta. Aha. Parses the content of the attribute consisting of path and tokens as a meta. Okay, it's only available if syn is built with the parsing feature. What do I get with the meta? And then he uses it how? Back to here. List. It has to be a list. Okay. You're welcome, system 1100. Pop unwrap into value. I didn't think about using that. That would be more concise, right? Just use assert rather than doing a... I was planning to do a panic, but I guess it could be more terse and just assert that it's builder. I just chose to just ignore the attribute if it's not builder. What is this with the nested? I know, let's go about that. So in order to use parsemet, it said what? I needed to build it with derive or full. Oh, let's see if we can do it, just not right now. So let meta equal what is that? It's the attribute. So attribute dot parse meta. There we go. What is it? Okay, so it could fail. And let me guess, he just unwraps it, right? Oh no, he handles something else. Huh. Well, I think I'm just going to unwrap it. Unwrap. And then let's debug that. I want to see what it looks like. I'll just comment all this out for now. And will this compile now? It should compile my macro, but that will fail. That's fine. It should still debug it, right? So let's do that. So cargo test step. I should just done that and just look at the output. Okay, here we go. Here's the meta. Oh, we have two debugs. Okay, so that one and then the meta down here. Okay, here we go. Right, there's builder, nested. Oh, so it ate the parentheses out. Okay, so it's then each equals literal. Oh, that's cool. Hey there, Cthulhu. How are you doing today? I'm doing advanced Rust programming today. You would bring JS, Rust would be too stressful. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's why I said JavaScript. Even though it's not the right answer because this is a Rust stream, I'm going to need to take a break in the next 5 minutes. By the way, yeah, this is a much easier structure to parse, right? So based off of that, why is this open? We don't need that. We want to check the meta. Oh, that's an enum. So I might as well match it against list, right? Because it is a list. No, it's a name value. Sorry. I is wrong. It's a name value. So if, well, if, let's do it this way. If, whoops, let name, meta name value, what are we going to call it? Meta? Sure. Equal that. Sure. Then it needs to be meta dot, what's the field of it? Oh, it's two levels. It's two levels of it. So name value is itself an enum. Our meta name value is the structure. Okay. Oh no, sorry. It was just path. If meta dot path equal builder. Oh, I have to do the other trick, right? I did it down here. Actually, now that I think about it, this wasn't right either, because this would have returned early instead of continuing. We should just say if let some segment equal path segments first. And then if segment equals builder. I'm heading towards doing this should be an unwrap, right? Path segment. Oh, path segment ident. I'm heading towards doing another pyramid of indentation here, aren't I? Okay, anyway. If it's our attribute, and now we're going to expect certain things, right? So I want to expect that the oh wait, hold on. Oh, it's nested, right? So oh, I did this wrong. This is the internal one. Okay, so this should be yeah, I did this wrong. It should be, instead of meta name value, it should be meta path list. If meta list equals this. I'm keeping this code down here because I'm going to need it. Let's just comment it out for now. Then if the path is builder, actually that's this part. Cut that, paste it there. If some meta dot ident, actually, I don't even need this part. I need that part later though, hold on. undo, put it back there. I just need this part there. If meta ident is builder, then we're doing stuff. Actually, doing this in there. Indent it. Whoops. Undo. Get rid of some of these blank lines. Actually, I needed that one. Okay, cool. So if meta doesn't have an ident, meta path. Oh, there's a. Damn it. I do need this line after all. I keep thinking I don't need these lines. If some meta dot. If some segment equal meta path segments first, then this stuff. If segment ident is builder, then we're looking at nested, right? I need to take a break. Suspend that for a bit. Let me finish this first. See unwrap as it's only 5 lines long. Let me take a look at it later. I appreciate it though, man. Let me put that on my... Have I been putting notes on the wrong page? No. I just went back and looked at that for something. Yeah, I'm going to try to push towards getting this done, and then I'll take a break and look back at that other stuff. So, if the segment is builder, then we're going to expect nested to have our name value in it. So, if meta.nested is punctuated, what the heck? What's a punctuated? Punctuated is something we can iterate, right? Yeah. So I would just do first again. Dot first. Let nested equal that. Right? And that is what? That's an option. So if nested is none, just panic. Actually, we can just assert nested, assert that it's not none. Or actually, no, why don't I just do unwrap? That does the panic for me. Okay, and then with that nested, we're expecting the path to be each. So assert that nested dot what do we have in nested? Oh, it needs to be a nested meta. Okay, so match. I can't think right now. I need to take a break. I want to say it has to be a meta. I guess I'll just do another if let. If let nested. If let nested meta. No, meta. Do I have to fully qualify that? I think I do. Okay, if that else panic, I guess. Expected I don't know, what is the thing called here? Argument, I guess? Expected argument for builder attribute. I guess. And then if we get a nested one, then we need to assert here that the nested dot path Oh, there's a function called path? Oh, interesting. But I don't need to do that, right? I can just do path dot... No, I can't do that. What? Oh, it's private. Hold on. I need to see that again. Meta. I thought I pulled it out of that. Oh, it's itself an enum? Oh, I'm not looking at this carefully enough. Name, it's both a meta and a name value. Okay. So meta name value, that, right? Do I have to say this again? Oh, just meta name value. There we go. Now I can assert equal each for nested dot path. Can I just say that, or do I need to do segments again? Segments first unwrap. It's probably a better way to do that. Okay, that is not even correct. Do I just do path? No. Oh, path first at segments first, not unwrap, right? It is, maybe it is unwrapped. It is unwrap and then ident. There you go. And that doesn't work because I need to borrow it. No, I'm going too long without a break. It's Rust, yeah. And hey there, Psi XJ. Yeah, we're going into the advanced stuff in Rust. Demolition Man, how are you doing today? There's two mans now. Demolition Man and Man 2003. Yeah, this language is pretty intense. Very intense. A simpler version of what I'm trying to do right now is I'm doing macros in Rust today. This is a simpler version of a macro where this expands to that. With this definition, you can kind of figure out what's going on. This macro definition says we're going to put some boilerplate code before and after, and we're going to have a repeating pattern where we're going to replace some contents of what we're giving to push with whatever was given as input. And it kind of makes sense what it's doing. I'm doing a more advanced one right now where I have to parse this structure and figure out which of these fields has this builder each attribute attached to it. So I'm actually looking at, like, the field would be this whole thing, and it says, give me just the attributes. Now take that attribute, is it builder? And if so, does it have a group? And if so, is the first thing each? That's what I'm trying to do here. Hey there, Lentil Stew Dragon. How are you doing today? Too many mans in chat? Maybe. Oh, you don't need to be silent. Whenever you hear macro in what programming language, you run fast and far. Yeah, I understand that. This is meta programming, as evidenced by seeing the word meta everywhere. Well, the whole reason about looking for this special attribute is that when this exercise is requiring that if we have this defined here, that we can call that. That we have to actually make an arg function if we have an arg at each builder attribute. And I didn't get this right somehow. What did I screw up? Can compare a slice with an identifier? Really? I was able to compare identifiers before here. That's an ident. And isn't that an ident also? Oh, it's a different kind of ident. That's a proc macro 2 ident, and this is a syn path ident. Well, bummer. How did John do it then? I'm going to cheat again. So John Hu already solved this months ago during the conference it was given out at, and I've kind of been cheating and looking how he does it. Yeah, he just does that. How come I can't do that? What's the difference between that and what I'm doing? Nested. Oh, he did a pop. I looked at past segments. I didn't know there was a pop method. Okay. And he's mutating it. Oh, yeah. We own this when we parse it, right? Yeah, we own this meta, so I can mutate it. Do I have to say let mute meta then? Because we're going to now mutate it. So I can say, probably have to say mute here too, right? Because we're going to pop it off. So let, I don't know, type, or I know what did he call it? He didn't give it a name. He just put it into a match. And what's this into value do? Anyway, let's just let type equal nested dot pop. There's no pop. How did he call pop then? Oh, I've already descended into the segment. I can't call pop. First time you see programmer quickly write a code. But you can see I'm not doing it right, so I might be doing it too fast. It's not cheating if you learn something from it. Yeah, John's implementation here is different from mine because he did a match and I just did an if let. I just delved straight to it has to be a meta list like he did. And then, oh, I don't know why he did that. Probably because Pop would have panicked if there wasn't something in there. How come I can't do a pop though? Is he gonna tell me why I can't? Oh, probably because this I can't use the word type. Okay, what am I gonna call the thing? Nested type. And why can't I call pop? No method called pop on a meta name value. Why not? NVS is the contents of meta list. Oh, wait. I think he parsed something else. What's his builder of? Oh, he did it twice. Okay. That makes sense. So that's what I'm doing. Oh, it can't be a name value. Okay, so this just has to be nested then. Then you can pop it, right? There's no method named pop on meta. All right. Meta list. Oh, I don't have meta list at that level. Hold on. What's the difference here? Oh, he did 2 levels of parsing. Oh, shoot. That's what it is. There are 2 levels of... No, they're not. Okay, I'm not going to try to do it his way. I'll try to just get this to work. Why can I not... Why can I not look at the identifier here and compare it? It says that there's no way to compare these two. Can I look at that type? It's an ident. What can I do with an ident? I can't look at the inner. What methods does it have? New raw, span. I can compare it with something. I mean, I can compare it with others. Is that all I can do with it? That's not that useful. I have to make one and then compare the two. Do you refactor the deeply nested ifs into matches? And hopefully, yeah. Later. Hey there, lawless code. Lawless code. I definitely need to take a break. My brain is getting tired. What if I just pull this out for a moment? Let nested type equal that. What is that? That is an ident, right? Why can I not compare the two? What can I do with an ident? To string? Will that work? Then this has a problem, probably because I'm moving it out. So let's make it a reference. And probably the same thing here. Yeah, we want only a reference, right? No, this is a problem. Can't move out of a shared reference. Data was moved online. Yeah. I have to do an as... No, it already is an optional T. Meta nested first. Oh, it borrowed immutable reference. That's, yeah, can't move out of a shared reference. Okay, we can't do that then. So I guess we're not going to mutate. Yeah, let's just get rid of these mutable things. That'll fix it. Okay, that works. I just had to do a toString there. Okay. So I can hack this and verify that we get that assert to happen, right? This should tell me, like, yeah, there we go. The assert worked. All right. So now it won't crash on the assert. And it does parse, we're just not generating the thing yet. Okay, we're getting there. We assert that the nested type is toString, and then what's after the nested type? The literal. So I need to extract that literal, and I need to turn it into an identifier. Let's just, for fun, do a panic here and say the literal is nested lit. What do we get? Can I not do that? What if I just debug it? There we go. That'll work. And what do we get? The literal is string, literal string token. So if I want to extract the token, I would do lit dot how do I get to it? Well, how do I access this literal thing? Oh, it's a enum. Okay, so I need to match, like... Right, it needs to be a string literal. Okay, so let's do that next. So let... this will be the name of the... that we're returning here. So that is going to be the... each setter name is the nested is so if let lit no string each setter name equal nested dot lit, else panic a string literal expected for each setter name. Each setter name. All right. Now this needs to be qualified by lit : right? Yep. And then we'll borrow it so we don't get an error there. All right. And then let's just say what it is. We'll just say panic. Actually, just borrow this. Put it there. The literal is each setter name. So that should be a string, right? Well, it's a lit string, which is what? It's a boxed literal UTF-8 literal. Why don't they just use the string? Anyway, is this displayable? No. It's debuggable though. Okay, there's a token inside. Right. So dot, I can't even get the token. Man, they make it so hard to access these things. How do I get the token out of that thing? I'll look it up in the documentation. Lit string, how do I get the thing out? I want to just get the string out. How do I do that? Value? Okay, dot value. That's what it is. Dot value. And then we can display that. And then I will see that here. The literal is arg. Nice. Okay, so that's what we want to return here. So return some each setter name, and then I need to know the type. So I need to parse that somewhere else. I think I'll parse it up here somewhere. Actually, I guess I could do it inside here. If we get to this point, we could figure out the type. So inner type. And then I don't need all this crap. All right, and then we just need to figure out what the inner type is. So that was up here somewhere, right? Right. After the attribute, there's the identifier, colon, and then here it is, the type. So the type will be vec of something. So we should expect that the type is a vec. It has to be a vec, and then we'll expect an angle bracketed. Okay, and I've done this kind of parsing before with option. So I know how to do that. I can do this stuff right here. And just copy that and paste it down. Actually, maybe let's make it another function. Is vec type, and if so, we're going to return the inner type. It's going to kind of look like option. In fact, I wonder if I could do this with a generic. Maybe I can make this a generic, right? Because all that's different is that's vec. I could totally make this generic, couldn't I? Or I can just make it a parameterized thing. So I can say like this is wrapper or something, and then we have a wrapper type is a slice, and then we just use that here. And then this is just is wrapper option, and then this is just is wrapper vec. There we go. And so hold on, I've been ignoring chat. What does if let do? Could never understand it. I can explain it a little bit. I need to pick an easier example though. Do I have that in the other project maybe? Maybe I have it in one of these other things. I can't remember though. Maybe I'll just come up with something off the cuff here. So you have like the type option, right? Enum option has, it can be a sum, actually it's a generic, right? So some t, whoops. Or it's none, right? So let's say you have an option, let x is some option, and let's say you got it from a function. So you have a function, gimme, and it returns you an optional int or something like that, right? Let's say you have that declared somewhere else, and you say just gimme, right? In order to use the value inside, you would have to say like, one way to do it would be match x and say if it's some t, then do something with the t, right? Maybe print line it or something, right? The t. And if it's none, do nothing, right? Right, so that's one way you could do it. But the if let is sort of a condensed version of that. So you can say if let some t equal x, then print line t. See how that works? and then you can, I can make this a little bit easier to read by doing that. It's basically saying we're doing a pattern match. That's the pattern. That's the thing we're matching it against. If it matches, then do this block. And as a side effect, you get the thing that matched inside. So I hope that makes sense. It's useful for reducing a match where you only really have one arm you care about, right? Although you could have an else, but there's no, you can't be explicit about the alternative, right? If you have more than, if you care about more than one alternative, you probably use a match, but if let is just a reduced match. The print line is wrong. Oh, yeah, sorry. There. Yeah, I wasn't really paying attention there. Yeah, no problem. It's a little bit weird because you kind of read it from the outside in. You read it say, if X, and then the let is a key to tell you that you're doing a pattern match. So if, actually, I guess you could read it, if let, read that as one thing. If let, so which means we're doing a pattern match, and say, if let X matches some T, then we get the T out and we get to use it. So it's doing kind of two things in one. It's checking to see if it matches a pattern, and if so, it's extracting a piece out of it. Pretty cool, huh? Let me save that as a stream note. Doc. Stream notes. This is if let. What are the chances I've already written a if let stream note and I just forgot? All right. What else did I not match? Not see in chat. Oh, Silmith already answered. It's basically a shorthand one-arm match. Okay, thank you, Silmith. There any advantage besides readability? Not really. Nope. Personally, would swap X and some T makes more sense. Yeah, I think it's just the way that they could fit it into the grammar of the language, right? Yeah, when I first encountered it, it looked weird to me too. Where was I here? Up here, right? Yeah, especially when you do this kind of complicated stuff, like I have it nested. No pun intended. But yeah, it can be a little bit hard to read at first. So I need to get this inner type. I guess I could do it at this point. If let some inner type equal is vec borrow the type. Where is the type? Field dot tie. Then we can do this stuff. Yeah, I guess I can just say else panic. Each setter requires the field to be a vec of something. Yeah, that's good enough, right? Did I do it? Does it parse? It parsed! Oh, look at that! No errors. Now, does the test pass? Probably not, but we'll see. I will be stoked if it does, though. No. I messed up somewhere. Okay, where did I mess up? I need a lifetime because I have 2 references. Okay, that's not surprising. Where was that? Line 7? Yeah, these are from the same... Actually, no, this is a static lifetime. So that should solve it, right? Oh, I need to be explicit then. Explicit about the lifetime, right? Same lifetime on those. And then, ooh. Found a lit string for each setter. Okay, each setter name's not the right kind of thing then. What's the type of that? Lit string. Oh, I need to say to string or something, right? What was I doing there? Let each too indented. What can I do with that lit string again? Oh, I had that in here. It was value. That's what it was. Value. There we go. Uh-oh. I got a... Oh, that duplicate one. I messed that one up, I guess. Which one is it parsing here? Oh, it is parsing 7. I thought I had a check for that. I thought I turned that off. Hey there, Void Rose. How are you doing? Also, Legendario, I didn't say hi to you as well. What's the real world application for this code? Are you creating a library? This is mostly just an exercise. The real world use for this would be, like the test is sort of implying, that it lets you reuse common functionality. So this is supposed to implement the builder pattern in a way that you can reuse it. So the builder pattern being that I put in a link there in chat. So once we're done with this macro, we could re-employ the macro for any kind of structure, and then it avoids us having to implement all of these methods for the different structures. It like automatically implements them. So you'll see in Rust other places where there's automatic implementation for things like copy or clone or partial equal. It's really just automatic code generation, and it uses the fact that the macro itself checks to make sure that it can do it, that everything is compatible to at compile time. If everything's compatible with the pattern that you're employing, then it auto-generates a lot of code for you. So it's all about reuse of common code patterns. So the real world, and a real world example of this is maybe in the SERD library, which handles serialization and deserialization of data. They have macros like this where you can declare how you want to serialize a structure. And you would use that for stuff like protobufs or any kind of RPC where you need to serialize a structure into a string of bytes. Another example I could think of is command line arguments handling. So we did this, where did I do this? Not in here. I did it in my other project. I guess I can open a third window and then go to my main project where I'm doing the game that I've been working on, and I can show you, I collapse all this junk and show you the tools, Rust, source bin, like any of these. So the struct-op macro will automatically do command line processing, and including like you can do like -- help, and it will give you full documentation for all of your options. So like for example, here's one where there's more options. Where is it? Where do I define all my options? That's not such a nice one. How about one of these is a lot nicer than the others. Yeah, like this. So all of these strings end up being printed out if you run the tool with -- help. And the code that prints out the help information for the tool is all auto-generated by the macro expansion of the struct-op macro. So all I have to do is say ops from args, one line, and I get a structure that has parsed all my command line arguments into this structure, includes enums, it includes optional things, and it also supports generating the help. So there you go. There's 2 real-world examples. Anyway, it's all about code. It's all about generating code that can be made automatic through some kind of pattern. What would you search up on Google to get a better understanding of macros? In general, I'm not sure, but for Rust, you I would start with the Rust book. So that's this chapter of the Rust book talks about it. In general, I'm not sure, but if you look up metaprogramming or code generation, it's all the same thing. It's ways in which you can describe how to generate code which only varies by a small set of differences, but the rest of it's boilerplate. Little book of macros, yeah, that's a good one too. That's more advanced though. I would start at the Rust book, and then once you get down to the end of this chapter and you want to learn more, the little book of macros was like a couple days ago. Yeah, this link that man had given me before. That's the little book of Rust macros. That looks like this. And one thing about this is it only covers one kind of macros. It covers the kind that's declarative, that that looks like this, where you declare a macro using a pattern and then a replacement. So it's like not procedural at all. It's saying, given this pattern, just replace it with that. It's like a regular expression replacement kind of macro versus what I've been doing today, which is all procedural, where this ends up mapping to literally to a function that takes inputs in and gives you it takes tokens in and you spit tokens out. So procedural macro because there's a procedure it runs when it runs into it. Oh, John's videos? John who? John who? John Jangstedt's YouTube channel. It covers, he had those, and that's also in my notebook. I plan to watch these, but I haven't watched it yet. He has 2 videos on declarative macros. I plan to watch that. I haven't watched them yet. Hopefully they're really good. All right. I'm almost done, and then I'll either take a break or I'll end the stream. It depends on how I feel. We're down to one last error, right? That we have 2 definitions of E and V, which I thought I took care of down here. This code here was supposed to prevent the full setter from being emitted, unless I messed up somehow. So like if I make that ems, that'll probably get it to work, but that's cheating, right? No method named arg? Oh no, I have some other problem. That messed this up totally. How did that happen? Oh, the setter isn't chainable. Okay, I need to fix that. That's another problem. The setter here is not chainable because it doesn't return itself. So we need to have it return itself. Now it should be chainable. There we go. Running tests. Oh, we should turn off the debug stuff. It failed anyway. Okay, let's turn the debug stuff off for a second. Those 2 are on procedural macros. He goes over... Oh, he does? Do you have a link to that? I guess we could find it. For the workshop, and also... does he have one? He probably has one on declarative macros too. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Nathaniel Bumpo. Perfect. I should watch that too. You guys are awesome. You're way quicker than I could ever be. I'm not even like... You guys are so fast, like, it's not even worth it for me to try. I should just let you do it and give you points. Oh, do I have another link? Am I that forgetful that I have another link to that video? I do. I'm sorry. I have it twice, I guess. I'll give you a point anyway for reminding me. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, there's the link that I forgot to watch. So I actually have 3 videos I need to watch. The declarative macro one, and then the 2 that he has on procedural macros. And then is there yet another one where he covers the workshop? I guess it's not really that important to find it. That's enough videos to watch. I need to figure out where those debugs were. Oh, those are the workshop ones. Okay, got it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Silmith. All right, let me run this again without the debugging statements. So we're good until step 7, right? And then we get an error. Env is not set. Env is not set. Env is not set. Oh, right. It's not set on build. Yeah. Okay, so then that's a different problem. But this I want to fix now. What's the problem with there? Why do we get a duplicate definition of env? This should have hit this condition here and not included the full setter. I guess we can debug this. So we can just debug both of them. So two cursors, dbg. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. And then go one word. Oops, I messed that up. I totally messed that one up. Two cursors again. And alt. There we go. Can I not do that? That messed this up somehow. Okay, forget it. Let's just debug that. Or no, wait a minute. What am I thinking? What if I just, Wait a minute. I debugged this before, right? I had a panic. And I said, like, field and setter are the same. Field name, right? And I actually had that happen, right? No. Okay, so that isn't happening. That was happening before. Okay, no, the build isn't even working. Okay, so there's something wrong here. It's not entering that anymore. Oh, I changed that setter name, didn't I? Yes. I should debug what that is then. Okay, let's debug the setter name. And run that. arg env. Well, then what's the field name then? Let's debug that. Executable value, then arg. Oh, it's a value. Oh. I know what the problem is. I shouldn't be comparing to field name. I should be comparing to field setter. My names are bad. That's what's the problem. Field setter should go here. Don't need to debug this anymore. I should probably pick better names. That's because I thought I had to have different names. I was going to test that, wasn't I? So one of you told me that I didn't need to do that. Okay, because that isn't... I need to do toString on that. And that won't work because of what reason? And that's value, right? Dot... Okay, that'll work. What, actually, why is it giving me a warning? Oh, there was something that ran into this before, right? Right, it says to use star, and I don't quite understand why. I don't understand why, but we'll just go with it for now. Almost. It panicked on env not being... Oh, okay. I can fix that. I just haven't implemented that yet. So I don't really understand what's going on here. But that's okay. You need to dereference the other variable. I don't understand why, though. Yeah, I don't really get it, but maybe I'll put a to-do. Look at the following line deeper to understand it better. This last one is because I actually have a check in the build right here. So what I need to do is for the things that are optional, it doesn't need to be okay, or else it could just be none. So Um, actually, is env optional? Wait, this would get an error. Did I mess this up somehow? Hold on. This will break, right? Because we didn't send... Oh, they're trying to tell me if the vector isn't initialized to make it... Okay. So I need to do a little bit more. And we need to make an empty vector if the setter is there. So... Okay. So that means that our initializer needs to be different. You don't need dependencies, and it makes sense to keep your library self-contained, but it makes no sense to reinvent the universe. Zero depth shouldn't be a goal in and of itself. Oh, you're talking about you're running a small project in Rust with zero dependencies, but is it smart to reinvent code that's already written in some crate? Yeah, I mean, you might have a reason why zero dependencies is required. Like, you could be working for a company that doesn't want to use any open source libraries, but they're okay with using the Rust compiler itself. I don't know. This is maybe a contrived example. They might say, okay, you're okay using... You've been approved to use the Rust compiler, but you're not allowed to use anything from crates.io. Let's say, for sake of argument, you have that. And then you're doing a project with that, and then you really could use, I don't know, let's just say SHA-256, and there's a crate out there to do that, right? But then your legal department says, no, you're not allowed to use it. It's open source. We hate open source, or some reason like that. Then you might want to reinvent just that little piece because it's not too hard. And but yeah, I think you would have to have a good reason why not use a dependency. If you're using Gizmodo, you don't want to create your own hypervisor, not use standard. Customers will only accept security. Yeah, so that could be another thing. It could be that you can't personally vouch for the crate because it's just way too hard, too much work for you to constantly audit it. But you're willing to rewrite the part that you need, and that you can support for security, and you can audit your own code maybe a little bit easier. Then you might do that. Yeah. Yeah. So it comes down to, what are your requirements? What are your customers going to accept? Can they accept you using third-party stuff? And how much so? Yeah, no problem. All right, so in the value initializers, I can't put a none there for things that have an individual setter. So I'm just gonna steal some of the code up here. I'm gonna say, where did I have it? This one. If that's true, then we're going to pre-initialize it down here. So if let setter some attribute field, then we're going to have a different code. We're going to pre-initialize it with an empty vector. So quote field name is vec item type. Actually, do we even need to say the item type? Can I just say new? Get away with that? And I don't even need to know the setter name or the item type. Yeah. Let's see if that works. It didn't build because expected an option. What did I do wrong? What? Oh, right. This has to be an option. Some. Yeah, there we go. Yes! We passed. So, because I'm so happy about that, I am going to spam my own pass emote. Because I can. Alright. Now, let's see if I can... What you guys are saying is I don't need to make the field of the builder the different name from the setter. I thought that they had to be different, but if you guys say that they can be the same, then I can reduce it. So I can, let's basically just everywhere where that says value, let's just make it say that, and let's see if it still works. I think you guys are right, so I didn't know that. So I didn't think that this was legal. I didn't think you could say struct, I don't know, struct, let's just say A. I didn't know you could have like a foobar I32 and then have an impl A with a function called foobar. I didn't think that that was legal, but apparently you can. Knowing that, I don't need to do this format ident. I can just do field name is field ident, right? I still need to do as ref unwrap. And then I don't need to have a different field name built. It's just field name. So field name built is just field name. And then what else? Field setter and is field name. So field setter is just field name. Field name. I think that's it. 6, 7, yay! Yay! Okay, I definitely need to take a break, maybe eat something. Am I gonna stream anymore, or do I keep going? Oh, I forgot to say hi to some people. Hey there, Simsy. And EverX80. Welcome to the stream. Did I miss anything in chat? I don't think so. Enjoy my food? Maybe, yeah, maybe I should just go eat and continue on Monday. So that's where I am. Almost done. I got 2 more. Actually, will we pass this right out of the box? Because I tried to make sure we supported that. Let's see if this actually works. That would be sweet if I passed test 8 automatically. No. Oh, it wants me to support a builder attribute called... Okay, that's not too hard. We can do that. What does it say to do? Ensure your macro reports a reasonable error message when the caller mistypes it. Oh, they want a certain error? Hold on. Including invocation of the standard libraries compile error macro. So how are we failing here? Oh, they want a certain kind of output? If the actual output is correct output, you can bless it by rerunning your test with try build equals overwrite. Why are they telling me that? Oh, they want me to actually print that out. Okay, we can do that. We can do that. Oh, but I probably need to get the correct span, don't I? Yeah, that's I'm gonna have to recover the span of that to print that correctly, right? So that's maybe a little bit more difficult. So it's printing something out. It's printing out expected each got eq. It's not printing the correct span. So I could at least get the message correct, but I won't have the correct span. So let me find that, and maybe I'll do a little bit more work. Why not? We'll give up eating just to get one more test. That's right, Silmith. We're going to dismiss the work rave even. I'll just do us a few easy things. So this one's easy, right? This one was an assert I had in there somewhere. Assert equal, yeah. So I can just say, what, if, let's just say let nested type, do we use nested type after that? So I could just say toString here. I can say, if nested type is not equal to, actually, I don't even use, yeah, I can just put this into an if. If that is not equal to each. and then we'll do the compiler error. Compile error. What do they want me to print out? Expected backtick builder each equals double quote dot 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 double quote in parentheses backtick. That's not how you use compiler error. How do we use compiler error? I don't know how to use compiler error. Let's learn. Compiler error. There's a compile error. Yes. No. Is it some from the standard library? Yes. Oh. Wait a minute. Why didn't it like that? Hold on. What did it not like about that? Oh, this, maybe that line. No, this still doesn't like this line somehow. Wait, what? Oh, so really for now I should just do panic. Okay. Why is this giving me a warning? Unnecessary parentheses. That's a C++ thing. All right. So maybe I get something closer to the expected now. That one's there. Okay, so to get that, I think the only way to get that is a compile error, right? Is that what they're telling me here? Compile error macro. Okay, I think I'll just leave this for the next day. That'll be something maybe relatively easy I can start off with on Monday. I'm almost done, right? I just need to do that, and then I'll be done with this one part of the workshop, and I don't know if I'll do the others. Yeah, I don't know. So I'm not sure. I might just do this over the weekend for fun, and then I'll have to figure out something else to do next week. Yep. Anyway, I need to go eat, so let me go find someone to raid. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. Who's streaming right now? Anyone doing like Rust or other things fun? Oh, you're welcome, Everex. You finished try watching the videos? Yeah, I should probably just do that this weekend. I should watch the videos. Maybe that'll help me get the workshop done quicker. Oh, Museum is on? I rated him last time. I want to kind of spread the love around a little bit. What if we raid CM Griffin since he's coming up with a Rust WebAssembly presentation today? Yeah, let's do that. He's right now on a stretch break, but he should be done soon. Let me see. Oh, no, he's done with his break. Oh, he might be raiding someone else, though. Hold on, let me peek. I think he's just checking out someone else's stream. Let's raid him before he can raid someone else. All right, we got to do it. He can't get away. We're going to raid his channel. So CM Griffin, Chris Griffin, he's been inspiring me to learn Rust. He's using Rust in WebAssembly and in front-end stuff. So I think it's pretty cool. Hope you enjoy his channel. Just a cautionary note, he is a mature audience stream. So I am starting that raid, and Also, shout out Musean. So if you don't like Chris's channel, you can also check out Musean's stream. But yeah, we're going to be raiding CM Griffing right now. So there you go. I gave you guys 2 choices. We're going to raid Chris by default. I will hopefully see you guys on Monday. I'll be back same time, same place, same channel. And until then, stay safe. Hope you enjoy your weekend. Thank you very much for being here. Bye.